Discovery. Go and throttle up.
Boop, 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 boop. Hello. How is everyone doing? Hey, we do engineering here, chat. We don't serve food. No, you can't have a cheeseburger, damn it. But there is something that you can have. Engineering. And lots of it. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Finally back home, Bathurst. 12 hours sick. Yeah. Cheeseburgers are not aerodynamic. We figured that out. Nope, Thomas, I don't want to talk about that. That's no good. Lunchbox, how are you? That was the plan. My internship in Brazil starts in 4 days. But you look like Holt's husband in B99. Sweet. 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 Pizza is more aerodynamic, Doodle. That is 100% correct. I actually prefer cows. Cows, not hamburgers. It is very, very well documented how. Oh, hey, go. It is very well documented how aerodynamic a cow, in fact, is. I tried Wendy's fries with a milkshake of the other day, and it's very nice. Right? Do it with the chicken nuggets next. Trust me on this one. Trust me. Take the chicken nuggets, little pinch of salt, put it in there. Delicious, delicious. We call them frosty nougats. Okay, frosty nougats. We don't serve cows here, sir. Damn, you said cheeseburger? Oh, great idea. Yeah. Trust me. Vasya, look. Ethnically Italian, but 100% American. That's like, for food, I got you on lock. I would not steer you wrong when it comes to this. Trust me on that one. Trust me on this. I would not steer you wrong. It's one thing that we do pretty good over here. It's the food. Good at food that's just like, oh God, why the hell did I eat that? Anyway, let's see. Kerbal, huh? Yeah, Kerbal. What were we working on? Got a friend with an internship in Parma. We have deal for photo exchange. Nice. Yep. Yeah. Wait, what else they got over there? You got Wendy's, okay? You got Mickey D's, right? Do you have Burger King? You got Burger King over there? Y'all selling that Sparko steering wheel? What? Sorry, Kerbal. Okay. Like, what's at your disposal? Do you have a Sonic over there? I don't know. They probably wouldn't have a Sonic over there. You got KFC? KFC is okay. It's okay. There's better food. Excuse me, sir. This is a Denny's parking lot, and it's 2 a.m. That's a good. You know what, Grab Shark? That's a good point. They got Denny's over there, Vasya. Denny's is money if you're drunk, and it's 2 in the morning. Denny's is the best. That is what that restaurant. That is what that restaurant and Waffle House exist for. Okay. Found out we had In-N-Out in Houston. I was going to try it for the first time, but it was at least a 30-minute wait. Yep, that sounds like In-N-Out to me. I laugh at all the tourists in Italy with bags of McDonald's. Dude, the food in it. Why? Yeah, no. So, Desolate, if I have a rule. If I go to another country, I eat that country's food. I did it in Japan, and now I hate seafood. True story. But I will get one meal at McDonald's just for a continuity test to make sure that McDonald's is the same. I had chicken nuggets in Shinjuku Square in Japan, and they tasted exactly the same, like exactly the same as the chicken nuggets that I get down the street. And that's 15,000 kilometers away. That's pretty damn impressive. I will say. Can I get a cheeseburger? Can I have a cheeseburger, please? We do engineering here, sir. Yeah, you gotta sample. First and foremost, most of the food should be the country of origin. Like, Vasi, if I was where you were, it would be those meat pies. I'd have those meat pies all day. I'd just, you know what I'm talking about? And Janine's burger. Pepsi is the Mega Blocks of soft drinks, okay? Coke is the Lego. No, don't at me. So what's the plan for the day? Launchpad McQuack? I think so. I think we finished off where we... Oh, man. I don't really remember. The FAA delays are getting shorter. That's right. McDonald's nuggets and fries were 100% the same, but milkshakes were different. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Ew, Grumpy. That's strange. No, that's not pound sign EJ Snickers. You have to at... Never mind. Alright, so... I think the test stand one is the one that we were messing with. Did I leave myself a to-do list? No, I didn't. Alright. Have you seen the cheeseburger scene from Big Stick? No. Domino's Pizza in the Philippines was different. They used Cheese Whiz. Oh. And the sad angering part is there's McRib here, but it's unavailable in all the places I checked. I want McRib. Well, that's just a shame. That's just a crying shame, dude. Damn. Hmm. Anyway. Oh, McRibs. That's unacceptable. You know what? I want engineering. Oh, I can do that. I can make that happen. Yeah, it's an American stream, Alex. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want us to be talking about, like kale and baguettes and cheese and wine or something, man? No, talking about fried soda, boy. Fried soda. SMH my head. So Alonso showed why Monaco has no place on the modern calendar. You know what, Tessa? We you know, Ferrari Master Blend and everything, but also at the same time, that was one of the funnest Monaco races I think I've ever watched. And I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, but also, hey Stone, I'm on a business trip in Germany right now, and I had a fresh baked pretzel earlier today, and it was amazing. How do you fry soda? Life finds a way. In fact, I think we had 3 fantastic races on Sunday. Monaco was fun to watch, despite pain. Monaco is very fun to watch for me. I don't mind the Checo one. I like Checo. Good dude. The Indianapolis 500 was amazing. Yeah, that was awesome. That was so fun to watch. I actually got to watch all 3 races. And the Coca-Cola 600 was insane. It was insane. It was insane. Cars flipping over. Big one, Talladega style wrecks. It was freaking awesome. It's 3 really good races. I don't care about the ending of the last. The Coca-Cola 600 was great until the last 5 seconds of the race. Yeah, and then it wasn't. Then I'm just like, I don't care. I don't care what you have to say. The Leclerc Monaco curse lives on. You fry it in freedom. That's damn right, boy. Dang right, boy. And then I spent my Memorial Day roofing. Roofing. Yeah, I'm a little... Your boy's a little... Here, ready? Ready? Watch this. Ready? Oh! Yo! That looks worse on camera than it is. Here, ready? Ready? Let's see. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Look at this. Nice and olive. Perfect. Oh! Still no news is good news right now, Thomas. Yeah. My eyes! Yeah, look at it. Ready? Ready? Oh, that's so bad, man. That looks worse on camera than it is. It looks like I dipped my hand in fryer oil. That's terrible. That's freaking horrible. Oh my god, we have a name for you in Southern France, Strawberry Vanillas, because you look like a dang ice cream gamer. Oh, I was roofing, man. I was roofing all... That's what I did all yesterday. I fixed the roof on a shed. Oh. Alright. So, let's see. I think we got the hold down points figured out. Let me just jump in on the test stand craft file and we'll go from there. Check DM, something you might want to mention on stream. I don't want to mention this on stream, Sneaky. However, you are a good person and people say nice things about you. Smiley face. I lied. I do, in bold, want to mention this on stream. Winky face. What is this? So the City Skylines Colossal Collection has 3 expansions: Park Life, Cities, and Sunset Harbor for $20. Oh no, that's all the DLC. Oh wow, for $20. Okay. Stupidly loud typing noise. Serious potato bot is a redacted. Yep. Yeah, I can't say that last part on stream. I lied about the rest too. What? Nice, Panta. Understandable. Alright. Well, we're not talking about you. Alright. Much. Alright, dudes. So, we got all Kerbal today. I talked to Toronto. I didn't really feel like playing Tarkov today. I'm not really... It's not inspiring joy in me right now. I do first-person shooters kind of like in phases. I'll get the hankering to play that game again sometime. But I want Kerbal. We got work to do. So, we got Kerbal, Space News, and then Kerbal. Hey, let's play a game. It's called Drink the Beer. Alright, I drank the beer. What do I win? Another beer! Possibly, Spaceman. Possibly. Ah, I'm going for the high score! Yeah. Classic episode. Alright, anyway. Let's do that. Let's see what we got. So, we gotta start fueling. I think we need to redo the umbilical. Oh, she's fully fueled out of the box. Okay. And I think... What was I doing? We were messing with the auto sequencer. So let's try playing this and see what happens. Huh. Yeah, that's where we were. We needed to redo the umbilicals a little bit there. Yeah, that wasn't what we wanted. I want to release the fuel umbilical before it launches. Tessa, something strange is happening there because they should be auto strut locked out, but they're not, which is very peculiar. There should be auto struts running to this when it's full throttle, and it should stay in place, but it doesn't. And I'm not 100% sure why. Since I know you will most likely moving soon, well, I hope. I'm at my house watching the movers pack everything up. It's bittersweet and extremely stressful. I wish you and Brimo all the best on your next chapter. Thanks, man. Yeah, we drove by the house again yesterday. I make sure to do it in a different car every time, so nobody asks questions. Well, we're gonna hit the ground. Let's increase to where. Nope. Good way to start the day. Man, that tank got some distance, dude. Oh. You've got to stop casing the joint? Why? I do it in a different car every time. Don't worry about it. Remember, I have a lot of cars. It's okay. Alright. What do we destroy? Clampetron. Collided into the skipper engine. Yeah, we got to redo the attachment mechanism. Tessa, that's what I want to do. I don't like the pivot back hinge mechanism. That's no good. We're gonna have to change that. Weird flex. What? I have a lot of cars. It's not a flex. All my cars are junk. Like, what do you want? What do you want? I have a lot of cars. It doesn't mean I have money. It's true. Huh. Sorry. I have chapped lips in the middle of spring, which is really annoying. I don't know why that happened. Dock on hydraulic, then pull back, hydraulic on hinge. I don't know, man. That thing is locked out too, which is very strange. I'd call the police if I saw a mustache like yours cleaving around the neighborhood. How would we do this? Nice hotbox. No one can size up. That's impossible. Yeah, we're gonna... I'm thinking do something like this, Tessa. No, that's not gonna work. It would need to be out here because of the engine nozzles. Any thoughts on how the landing legs might work? I mean, yeah, KSP, I have an idea. I just don't know if it's going to work. Might have to come up with other solutions here, which is why I wanted to get the hold down points first. You know? Just try to get something down before we go and make anything else. I didn't want to make the landing legs because if I make the landing legs and I make the landing legs work, then I'm planning around the hold down points. So I'm kind of trying to do this in kind of a similar way to SpaceX in that you design the components that you're going to need the most first. We absolutely need the hold down points. That is important because reusable pad, right? And we spent a week kind of working on it and we got this design and that design is sweet. We're holding up 260 tons on 4 RCS bearings, which is pretty damn impressive. That's some pretty hardcore KSP engineering. That's really, really cool. I'm really happy with how these came out. So we're going to need to take a little bit of time to do the landing legs, you know? What are you trying to make the hold downs do? Hold the rocket down. More like Tom Skerritt. I want some butts. Wait, that's a different guy. Okay. All right. We need some motivation here. We have been given the scientific knowledge, the technical ability, and the materials to pursue the exploration of the universe. To ignore these great resources would be a corruption of a God-given ability. Hey, in case you have this on in background noise, you're in a Zoom meeting or something, or what, this gets loud. This gets very loud. So, just... you know, turn the volume down. Turn the volume down. It's gonna get loud. Headphone users or people that are in business meetings conducting business, I'm turning the volume up. I am legally obligated to crank the volume whenever we watch this. So, yep, you've been warned. Yeah, but I saw a design earlier that had a part of a hinge on a flipped up kind of like Saturn's hold downs. Well, that's why I'm looking at this footage. Hey, can I talk to you for a second? How's things? Uh-oh. Yeah, sure. Hold on. How's things? Hold on a second. We will blast the Saturn V here in a second. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. I'll be right back. Interesting. Okay. We're ready to crank? We ready to crank? Please be good news. Please be good news. Good news or bad news? Thanks, Orion. Well, it's okay news. Okay. So the seller's realtor just contacted us and asked what furniture we want, because there's a lot of furniture that they don't want. So that's not the worst news. It's not the worst news. They said like, because it's a big yard, there's like a ride-on mower and stuff. It's not free. They want us to pay for some stuff. Leave all the tools in the garage. I don't know if we can afford all of it. So that's why, like, a lot of the stuff is nice. They have a lot of nice furniture. It's all new. But it's not, I don't think we can, this is stretching us pretty thin as it is, so I'm not sure we can afford all of it. It's furniture, some of it's stuff that we want, some of it isn't. They're like, oh, there's like a bunch of stuff, and they're like, oh, 10 grand, and I'm like, okay, I don't have 10 G's for that. But anyway, we'll talk about it more, and we'll go from there. Time for headphone users. Are we ready?
10, 9.
I'm just going to give an additional headphone users here. We want to look at the umbilicals, guys. That's the important part. It's not bad news. It's just not good news. It's just news. I'd say that's more of a step in the right direction if they're talking about the furniture that they want to sell. It's because that means this is more likely than not to going through. But that's not the bank. The bank, we need the bank to okay this. That's what we're waiting for.
5, 6, 5.
I just want to add one more thing about the house stuff before this thing goes. Fellas, I am not going to celebrate until that damn key is in my hand. Okay? I am not celebrating until someone takes the key to that house and puts it in my hand. That's when I'll pop the champagne. I have decided when that happens, I will crack open. I don't have any champagne. Well, we do have champagne to celebrate, but I've decided. This is what I didn't want to tell you the other day. I have decided that I have 2 bottles of this, or 2 cans left of this. No, not White Claw. I have 2 cans left of this out of a 4-pack that I bought. I've decided that I will, if that key gets into my hand, I will crack open that. We will crack open the space beer. I have 2 cans of spacecraft sitting in my fridge. One of those is reserved for when people land on the moon. Okay? When we land on the moon, that's when I crack the last spacecraft. This one, I will open when that key gets put in my hand. This is literally the tastiest IPA I have ever had. It tastes like orange soda. It's a citrusy IPA. It's delicious. And the hops flew on Inspiration 4. I have straight up space beer in my fridge. The hops that were used to brew that beer have been into space. Yep, literal space beer. So in like 20 years, you shut your freaking mouth. Don't you dare talk like that. It is space beer. It is beer that has hops that were flown in space on Inspiration 4. The hops for that beer were inside of Dragon on the I-4 mission. I will crack that open when that key gets put in my hand. Legit, will the beer survive until we land on the moon again? Sure. Alright, anyway. Are we ready? Let's look for some inspiration. I need to watch the umbilicals here.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
That makes me happy. That makes me really happy. That's right, Saxon. Fly, you big piece of junk. Let's go! What a freaking monster! What a monster! Oh my goodness! It's like we've opened up a portal into the depths of hell, and the rocket shoots out! Oh, that's sick. Just makes me want to listen to like Viking metal. I don't know. It's very strange. More KSP? What year is it? Goda? I don't know how to say 2022, man. Here. How about here? Maybe this will work. Hang on. This might work. Hold on. Or it could just be blue. That's fine. That works. All right. Awesomeness aside, we need to figure out some umbilicals here. Can I get a double cheeseburger, please? We do engineering here, sir. Okay. You have to order food, and it has to be using aerodynamic mathematics. I'll take 2 rows and 1 Q, please. With a side of extra theta. The Home Depot music. Yeah, man. A blue spy has entered the base. What? You should also look at SLS and the shuttle umbilicals. I'm just not exactly sure how we're going to get it to work exactly like how we want it, Novus. I'll explain in a moment. Just... Sorry, Orion. I get it. It's the Home Depot song. I really, honestly don't care. That's a really good song, and it gets me fired up. And I am ashamed to say that, but I'm not gonna lie either. Even the vanilla one. What gets me is what gets me like kind of like yeah is the blacksmith forge, the forging hammer. Wait for it. Wait for it. Love that sound. That sound makes me so happy. You're going to make something today, friend. Anyway, moving on. Let's turn the volumes back down so I don't blow somebody's eardrums out any more than I already have. Bust out the cowbell. Yeah, more save, more do. It's like I'm gonna make something today, man. I'm gonna make it. Yeah. Anytime a song has the ting, 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 I'm like, oh, I love that sound. I love that sound. It sounds sick. It's the sound of metal being forged in the depths of a volcano by Hephaestus. It's freaking awesome. Sorry. What? You know what? I'm not ashamed. You can judge. I don't care. You can judge all you want. I don't care. It's freaking sweet. And you know it. Master Blend. Dude, did you hear? You hear, Charles? What are you doing, you stupid mother? Like, boop! They had to blank the whole thing, dude. It was... I'm like, oh. He's a little mad. He was pissed. I see what they were trying to do, Hellfish. It was smart, but Horner called their bluff. And they didn't know what to do. Every time Ferrari plays reactive, dude, nothing ever goes well. Master Blit. Master Blit. Just, what are you doing? Another amazing song like Home Depot. Is it good to listen to so I don't get struck? Because, dude, we played Top Gun Maverick expansion and it sacked the VOD. Twitch was like, nah. Oh, it's We Deliver? Oh, excellent. Oh, yeah, with the bell. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Song's great. All right, we need to look at other umbilicals, dudes. Yeah, Jim. Yeah, the music is licensed for the game, but not licensed for me because... I don't know, man. It's kind of dumb. No, that's how intellectual property is enforced with music. It is what it is.
throttle up.
Why does the Haas always split in half? What about something like the Soyuz umbilicals? Here. Where's the one with the umbilicals GSM closure? I can't do that. We don't have wires. I can't make this. Well, it just pulls straight away. All right, hold on. Let me move the music over here. Let me turn that down. We'll put that on repeat here. So, fellas, here's the thing. Oh yeah, no, this is great synth. This is great synthwave, dude. And it's synthwave that's actually from the 80s, which is even better. All right, so we would think a straight back umbilical is going to fix that problem, Hellfish, but honestly what it's going to do is just pull the thing up. It's just going to do the same thing. It'll bend the hydraulic. That's what's going on here. It's bending this thing, and that thing is still locked out, man. Here, I can show it again. We'll just zoom in on this, and I'll show you what it does. And if somebody wants to clip it, we can review it in slow motion. It's... yeah, it... Here, we'll pause that for a moment. So if I undo the umbilicals here, we hit 1. Undo the umbilicals, we hit 1 for the AGs. Alright. And then we aim the camera here. Throttle it up, SAS on, and then I hit my sequencer. Watch what happens. Alright. GLS is go for auto sequencer start. Okay. We're enabled. Hooks are opening. TVC checkout is confirmed. Huh. Can somebody clip it? No, it flew. It flew just fine, but... Why isn't the port pulling away before launch? Because I need to maintain a physical connection here. Let me explain. Alright, so... I do not ever want this thing free sitting on the pad, not connected to it. The reason why is I've noticed that these things start freaking out when that happens. As soon as I undock, this thing starts to review. Okay, thank you, fellas. I appreciate it. They start freaking out when the stuff clips. So ideally, this is what I was trying to show you. This is what I was trying to show you with the Saturn V stuff. If you guys look, watch the Saturn V footage here. I'll bring the clip up, right? I'll bring the clip up, but I'll show you. Hello, Werner, wie geht's? Wie geht's, mein Freund? Alright, watch. There's this thing about umbilicals, guys, and it's something that people should learn. Umbilicals, even on modern rockets. I can't speak for Falcon 9 because I'm not 100% sure. SLS does this, Delta IV, Atlas V, they all do this. The umbilicals don't separate until the rocket is off the pad. Think about that for a second. Most umbilicals, Falcon 9s are reusable, so that's a little bit different. Falcon 9's umbilicals work like a quick disconnect almost. Like a pneumatic hose almost, from what I understand. Kind of like that, but not exactly. But even Falcon 9's umbilicals don't separate until the rocket's cleared the pad. Why? Because umbilicals are a pain in the butt to hook up. They're really annoying. They're complicated on purpose. The reason why they're complicated on purpose is because they got to get away from the rocket really quickly. So it ends up being a little bit of a contrived mechanism. Or not a contrived, a complicated mechanism. Contrived to be different. So Watch. Watch this footage. Every umbilical that you see separates after the rocket's hold down points have let go. Yeah, it's like a Rube Goldberg machine. Look, these umbilicals only pop off. They pop off after the rocket's clearly in motion, right? That umbilical, the rocket's already moving up. Look at this one. This one is designed to flip back. It's designed to flip back because it's on the S4B. It's on the conic section. So they don't want it to just fall down and hit the cone part of the rocket. It's designed to flip back and flip out. These right here, actually, you can clearly see it. Look, the rocket's clearly... My head's in the way. Rocket's clearly separated from the pad here. It's not... That's the hold down point right there, rocket side, and that's the hold down point GSE side. This thing is already separated. It's already gone. And these two tail service mast umbilicals right there, they're called TSMs. All right, and the TSMs are these two stacks right here, and these things are called TSMUs, tail service mast umbilical, and these are TSMs. And the TSMs have the tail service mast umbilical carrier plate. So the TSMs are these things, tail service mast umbilical is this, and then there's a plate that's attached to it. That's the TSM, tail service mast carrier umbilical plate. That's the same on SLS. It's all called the same stuff. It's the same on the shuttle too. Those things flip up and then those shields flip down. Seems that strictly because it would be a massive pain to detank it if it scrubs. Another, you don't want to leave the rocket fully fueled on the pad with no umbilicals attached. We have to emulate this because we have that same problem, okay? The problem is, it doesn't take too long for us to reattach the umbilicals, right? That's no problem. That's not a big deal. So it's really not a problem. However, reattaching the umbilical is an easy thing to do, but it snap docks the vehicle back to the pad. You're asking for trouble doing that. You're asking for trouble doing that because part of the loading procedure I envision for the pad down the road is to never reattach a fully fueled rocket to the pad. We would never do that. Why would we ever do that? That's not even part of a scrubbing procedure. Think about this, like 5 steps down the road. We separate the umbilical, the rocket's fully fueled, and then I notice something isn't wrong. Or something is wrong. Oh, we're not lined up. There's something that I missed. We need to reattach the umbilical. Well, now we've put the rocket into a mode where we have to reattach a fully fueled launch vehicle to the pad. Now, I can't say that wouldn't be a problem in real life. That would be very dangerous in real life. I really wouldn't want to go messing around with fuel on a fully fueled rocket. That's the reason why you either load the fuel way before the rocket launches or load it right as the rocket is launching and not anywhere in between. It's like the holy hand grenade. We will count to 4, no less than 3, no greater than 5. That's not the right quote, but you get the idea. That's really dangerous in real life. I wouldn't do that. You'll get a Python aerospace if you do something like that. However, in Kerbal, you're asking for a Kraken strike. That is asking to blow something up. I'll show you exactly what I mean. Here, let me put the test stand with the MLV core back out. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I think the only rocket that I know that disconnects umbilicals before liftoff is Ariane 5. I don't know if there are any others. Yeah, I think, Ariane 5 with the ESAB umbilicals, they do detach those right before. So, let's go in here like this. That's a fully fueled first stage sitting on our hold down points. Now, watch what happens when we undock this. See what I'm talking about? These things start freaking out, and now we know this behavior. This is documented behavior. I know this is fine. However, I don't know what the long-term effects of that sitting on the pad are going to be. It's not well documented. That's not a well-known thing. Plus, now, don't get me wrong, I could go and we could sit here and we could screw around with it. But what engineering problem are we trying to solve? What scenario is there going to be... What scenario would there be where I want the rocket with the umbilicals disconnected sitting on the pad? I know about this behavior because I was trying to stress test the hold down points. The reason why I was trying to stress test the hold down points is because I wanted to put them into the absolute worst case scenario. This is a worst case. We need to figure out the interaction between our umbilical and launch, and we need to make sure that the thing doesn't whoop off the pad, but I also don't want to do this either. That's no good. Because watch what happens. In the event of a scrub, watch what the pad does. I know it's going to do it. It's either going to blow up the rocket or the pad will have a Kraken strike, and the outer fuel tanks. Watch the outer fuel tanks. They'll buck. Watch.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We'll move the umbilical back into place. Watch. This whole thing is going to jitter. And of course, because I said something, it didn't do it. Why did it do that? Okay. Atlas 5 VSS disconnects right at RD-180 ignition rather than liftoff, if that counts. That actually worked just fine, which is very peculiar. Oh, nope, no it didn't. It appeared to work fine. Look at this. See what I'm talking about? Look at that. That's not normal. Look at what that docking port is doing. See what I mean? That's not a good way to do things. Okay, fellas, let me just address something. I see a lot of people in chat saying, well, actually, this rocket did this, and this rocket did this, and this rocket did this. Yeah, you might be right that there's some rockets that separate umbilicals before, after, blah, 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 blah. You're missing the point entirely. You're just spouting stuff to, oh, well, EJ, actually, this does this. Yeah, sure, you're right. I probably should have explained this better, but, you know, people, I get it. Everybody takes things super literal nowadays. It's fine. What I'm trying to tell you is that in this case, in the case of the MLV, I need to have an umbilical separate just after launch, or else we could get a Kraken strike. I probably should have explained that better. Most rockets separate the umbilicals after liftoff for that exact same reason. Not that the rocket will Kraken strike, but you don't want to go reconnecting umbilicals. It's a pain in the butt. You're adding steps. You're adding more steps into the reintegration process. Now, don't get me wrong. Some rockets do that, but some rockets do that because they need to. With our case circumstance here, we need to figure out a way to get that to separate after the vehicle is off the pad. Or we need it to separate while the rocket's held down on the hold down points, separate it, and then let it go right after. It's one or the other. Because if we don't figure out the correct timings here, the correct timing for our launch sequencer, the rocket will skew off the pad and do an Astra, which is kind of funny because that's exactly what happened with Astra's rocket. Launch Vehicle 0006 had an umbilical problem right on the pad. They had an umbilical problem, and that caused the thing to fly sideways. Let's get the NSF cast here. If you look right at liftoff, yeah. Watch right here. Watch right there. What can we do with CALs? We can do a bunch of things. Watch right here. Ready? Pop. Did you see it? It's quick. Right there, they had a problem with a disconnect umbilical, and it literally did the same exact thing that ours is doing. See that? Right there. I'll pause it right when it happens in case you didn't see it. See that? Right there. They had problems with an umbilical disconnect, and that caused one of the engines to shut down. the fact that this thing actually stabilized and started flying is still bananas to me. So you make the launch control by the cow controller then so it's always the same? That's the idea. I'm trying to eliminate all the failure modes that could happen, and particularly it's what we learned from the SSDO pad in the Freedom Rockets nuclear, yeah. I can't believe that. I still can't believe that that thing went up. It's a testament to that engineering. It's pretty damn good engineering right there. I mean, seriously, who plans for one of the rocket engines to blow up? So, if you look, watch the clip. Something similar happens there. Now, it happens for a different reason, but I need to go and check this real quick. Huh. Interesting. Let me check the sequencer. Hold on. We might not need to change anything, dudes. Oh. Why is that there? No, no. This needs to, that's the separate, the servo lock needs to be at 20 seconds. Oh. Oh dear. And let's move these up to 17. There we go. Look, fellas. No wonder this thing isn't working. So what I have set up here, dudes, what I have set up is I have auto struts. These girder segments right here are auto strutting to this. That's the idea. They're auto strutting to the rocket. And that was my idea for a hold down point. It does work as long as we have a precise alignment mechanism, and we have a very precise alignment mechanism. So if you look, right when this thing unlocks, we see a jitter. Did we? Yep. Yeah, see? And now that could just be the engine's throttling up. That's fair. But we also see, there looks like there's some torsional load going on right there. See the fairing? That edge on the fairing is messing up. Everything starts to get tensioned and compressed and stretched out. The docking port is susceptible to tension, but we're unlocked, which means the auto struts don't work, which means that's why that's locking out. So, or that's why it's flipping out. So I'm going to change the disengage servo lock over here to right when the umbilical disconnects. That should, let's see, that should fix it. Don't look now, there's another EJ right behind you. No, there isn't. Why are you lying to me, chat? Maverick, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Alright. Alright, so hit AG1, lock the ports into position, undo the placement struts. The placement struts won't be here in real life. This will all be locked into position during fueling because, once again, my auto struts are making sure that it's right. Okay.
Discovery.
Throttle it up. Let's play. Let's watch it again. Hey, Andrew. I'm finally able to support with Ryan. Thank you for providing me with knowledge every day. Yeah, sure. we have to dial in the timing. But Hellfish, yeah, we gotta dial in the timing. I'm just not sure if this type of umbilical is really what we're looking for, man. Maybe midway through the throttle ramp. This has to be a very quick sequence of events. Alright, let's try that. See, what I'm trying to figure out here is if it's an umbilical design problem or a sequencer problem. My gut's telling me it's more of a sequencer problem. But, who knows? How about releasing the port at 60% throttle, aka the TWR 1.0? Well, we can figure out exactly where 1.0 TWR is. That shouldn't be an issue. We'd have to mess with it. We'd have to static fire this thing, but here, let's push that back there. Right, and then play. Okay. Okay. Could just be a sequencer. It could be a sequencing problem. I noticed that my top tank isn't full. That needs to be full in order to get the right testing. Interesting. Interesting. Has anyone shown EJ this? Captain of Industry. Colony and factory simulation game. Along with your loyal crew, expand a small colony of survivals into an industrial empire. Is that just, that sounds like Factorio. Interesting. I think so, Alex. Either that or the rocket engines hit this, but yeah. I think the thrust from the rocket engine wobbled that thing around. I mean, this is why you got to get stuff away from the from the rocket. You got to get stuff away from it, and it has to get away from it quick. I could redesign the vehicle stabilizer. That's just a placeholder. But the sequencer seems to be working just fine. The rocket went straight up. It looked good to me. This is, guys, all the rest of this crap, the vehicle stabilizer, the fuel tanks, the ore tanks and everything, that's just placeholder stuff. This is what I'm working on right here. This whole mechanism. String back, strong back, strong back. What? Yeah, okay, whatever you do, just wash your hands. But the auto strut holder and everything and tightening up the sequencer seemed to work right. It seemed to have been working correctly. I think so, Zeppelin. I think we hit the strong back on the way up. Guys, there is... The funny thing is that this is what I mean about KSP. It's a lot more realistic than people think it is. If you're trying to design something realistic, it'll act realistic. Because KSP at its root, the physics simulation is actually really good. As long as you don't, like, time warp. Time warping screws it all up. Especially if you're down in the atmosphere. It bends things out of position. It drifts things. That's the problem that I'm trying to fix. Like, you can time warp up in space. That's no problem because there's not really any load being exerted on the vehicle because you're in microgravity, right? But down here, the same problems apply. Long story short, you got to get stuff away from the rocket because some rockets do slew. They do that. Hey, he said doo-doo. It does happen. That is a thing that happens. The rocket, right when you separate a rocket, it is in a very, very unstable state. Right when you separate. That's why stability favors higher TWR with first stages, especially with separation. But rockets do slew off the pad. That does happen. Even the Saturn V moved a little bit off the pad. Now, some rockets slew off the pad on purpose. Give me one moment. Some rockets slew off the pad on purpose. Give me one moment. The reason why some rockets slew off the pad is to get away from the pad in case something bad happens.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Now, if you notice, Antares goes this way a little bit off the pad. The reason why it does that is in case you have catastrophic turbopump failure a little bit after liftoff, like that.
That main engine's at 108%.
AVI power nominal.
Yeah, that's why Antares moves off the pad, because if that thing had come right back down on the pad, that would have ended very poorly. Don't get me wrong, that was pretty bad. Or Astra, for instance, where it slewed to the right off of the pad to prevent it from falling on the pad. You do not want to lose the pad. Losing the pad is not good. That is the worst thing, because these rocket launch pads are expensive, man. They're very expensive. Very expensive, Douglas. So, the reason why rockets are so unstable in this area, right? The reason why that happens is because, well, basically, you're not going fast enough to let aerodynamics kind of stabilize you out, but you're also not going fast enough for the gimbal to really do a lot either. There's this just... Rockets basically like to get off the pad quick, right? Because if they get off the pad quick, they accelerate faster, higher TWR, and you stabilize out faster. You could be... And the quicker that you stabilize the rocket out, the better. because you could be more precise, because you can use aerodynamic drag to stabilize it. A good example would be just kind of a stereotypical rocket with fins down at the bottom. Those fins cause drag, and that keeps the rocket flying in the right direction. So every rocket has a kind of a little period of instability coming right off the pad. It lasts for maybe 2 to 3 seconds. Rocket Guy had a name for it. I forget what it was called though. Now the funny thing is that, well, there's another rocket that experiences this exact same thing. There's another rocket that experiences this exact same thing at liftoff. Look, actually, I've never watched the Salcom 1B footage. Watch this. Now, right at liftoff, it looks like it's kind of moving this way a little bit. Now, don't get me wrong, that's kind of an optical illusion because of the throwback strong back, but you can clearly see that Falcon 9, if you look relative to the ground, that it did move a little bit sideways. Just a little bit. That's what I'm talking about. It's not really noticeable unless you're looking for it. And it looks like they cut the camera. Or did they? I don't know. I can't really tell. Oh, yeah, they did. What was that rocket that just barely had a TWR of 1 and went more horizontal? That was Astra. That was the LV00006 launch. But yeah, look, right at ignition, you could tell that that rocket's moving just a little bit. If you look at the roads right there, it moves just a little bit to one side. The other thing is that this happens right at landing, too. Now, see, the grid fins are doing a lot of work right here. The grid fins are steering this thing in. The rocket engine is only slowing it down. That's the brakes. This is the steering wheel. Now, it's funny because right when you get kind of below like 80, 90 miles an hour, or about 160 kph, 150 kph, watch, the grid fins lock. They'll lock into position. Click. See what I'm talking about? You see they stop moving. The reason why is because there's no need for them to move because they're not doing anything because you're not going slow enough to get these to move the air around. And now, if you watch a Falcon 9 landing, right around here is where the rocket stability is entirely on the gimbal of the rocket motor. This happens for a rocket going up. It happens for a rocket going down. Absolutely a thing. Now watch. If you guys have noticed these Falcon 9 landings, sometimes the rocket kind of moves left to right during landing. It does happen. See, that one kind of went that way just a little bit. You can see it moved to one side because it's very unstable right there. That's the point of descent when they say it's like balancing a pencil on your fingertip. That is really, really difficult to get that right. So we got to make sure that we get that right, but we also got to make sure we don't push stuff near it because the rocket does slew off the pad in one way or another. It always happens because of that period of instability. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I forget the name of it though. I'd have to go read RPE again. And then there's Slider. Yeah, there is Slider. Slider is supposed to do that. Because Atlas V is just Chad tier design. Watch this. Now, look, the rocket's going that way. But it's doing that on purpose. If you notice, it's going this way because Atlas V is crazy enough to have one SRB attached to the side and it works just fine. It's Tori Bruno's favorite view right there. You can clearly see it slew to one side. Now, you know what the funny thing is? That's actually more stable. Think about it. You have rocket engines pointing in different directions. If you have one rocket engine pointing straight down, right? You're like balancing a pencil on your fingertip vertically like this. You have two rocket engines, that would be like using two to hold the pencil in position. Notice how the translation there is very smooth. The rocket isn't kind of moving left to right. It's purposely moving in that direction. It uses that momentum to keep it nice and stable. Now, I have a personal theory that right there, what you're seeing right there is exactly how SpaceX is going to land Super Heavy and catch it. Personally, I think that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to use that. The key to precise landings, right, is having the momentum. Look at how precise an airplane landing is. An airplane landing is super freaking precise because they have a lot of momentum going in one direction. Helicopters, not so much, but you can use the cyclic on a helicopter to compensate and land very precisely. Rockets don't necessarily have a cyclic controller like that, or a collective controller. Like a helicopter that can kind of work in real time, you have to throttle the rocket engine. So I think they're going to use momentum to get this right. I don't think it's any secret that the chopsticks are really, really freaking long. I think Super Heavy is going to come in kind of sideways and use the opposite. It's going to slide in. It's going to slide right into the chopsticks, like sliding into your DMs. Hey, right? It's going to use that for stability. Look at how stable that is. That's perfect. It's not moving in any particular direction. It's going straight up to the side. No problem. You'd be fine right now, Hip. It would be a little bit loud. Right around this point right there is where it would get very freaking hot and very, very loud. Yeah. Maybe not like first row at a Slayer concert loud, but still pretty freaking loud. No, this is way louder than that. You'd if the heat doesn't get you at this range, then the sound will literally just turn your insides into paste. Yeah, do you see that, Thomas? I think they're going to use a slider. They're going to do the reverse of big slider and come and bring Super Heavy in that way and use Super Heavy's momentum to stabilize it. I think that's what they're going to do. The second I figured that out, I'm like, yeah, SpaceX can catch that rocket. They can absolutely do it. Starship already does it. Think about it. Starship already does that. It already comes in sideways because it has to flip. It already is coming in with a sideways motion. Look at that landing. See what I'm talking about? I'm pretty sure SpaceX looked at this and said, we can do that. That's a good idea. That's how we're going to catch that booster. They're going to have it come in slightly sideways, and the chopsticks having, being so freaking long, that's its runway, so to speak. Is this video in real time? This one? Oh, I'm not sure. It looks like it's slowed down just a little bit. It's a bit slowed. It's not completely, but it's a little bit slowed down. Also big slider. What is this one? Yeah. Blue. Where's the launch, Thomas? Yeah. New Shepard does the same thing. It's really susceptible to it because it only has one engine. Watch the onboard. The thing kind of... Yeah, see the slew? Oh, that absolutely happens. And then it stabilizes out. The wings stabilize it. So, long story short, I think we slewed off the pad a little bit, which is totally normal. That happens. We slewed off the pad a little bit and we hit our VSS, which means it just needs to be redesigned, but it's a placeholder anyway. I just put it there to hold it. See that? Look at it go. Look at it go to one side. And then when the arrow stabilizes it out, that's when it starts flying straight. Space Shuttle does the same thing, too, for what it's worth. Watch the SRBs, dude. The shuttle does nothing as it doesn't fly anymore. Well, gee, thanks, John. I mean, hey, your name isn't Buzz Killington in real life, is it? You sure? Yeah, see the SRB go that way? Shuttle does the same thing. Speaking of blue, June 4th is the next window for NS21. Cool. So, Rocket Slew, it happens. That totally happens. And the fact that we're getting it here means that I think we're on the right track. Do you just have these timestamps memorized?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No. Yeah, I do. Giesen, tier 2, 56 month sub. Insert witty joke here. Oh, you're so witty. Nice. So how goes the house stuff? Goes alright, man. It goes alright. The sellers called us and asked us what furniture we want to buy from them today, so, well, not the sellers, the realtors sent us an email saying, like, here's all the stuff that we can't take with us, do you want it? And then they put a price tag on it, and I'm like, okay. There is some stuff that we want. The guy has a ride-on mower that I could really, really do with having. That would be really nice to have, but I don't think we have the cash for it. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay, so I like this. I think this is good. I'm not sure if we should put the umbilicals there. Yeah, zeros. Yeah, exactly. I think I'll get rid of our VSS for now. Grass cutting streams, dude. I was watching Simcomter do that yesterday. He had a grass cutting stream, and then he walked around his neighborhood and stuff. I'm like, oh, that's kind of neat. How much? Ernock, they gave us a bunch. They didn't have itemized prices. They gave us a bunch of stuff, and they said it's going to cost all this if you want all this. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not, guys, I'll be 100% honest with you. I do not want to even bother with talking to like, this isn't anything against the sellers. They're nice people. I know they're nice people. I don't want to start discussing that stuff until the bank says we're good to go. Like, and neither does Bree. We don't really, like, it would be nice to start discussing furniture and stuff, but I need the bank to make sure that we can give you the money that you need before we start discussing the furniture. Because I don't want to buy some furniture and then buy it for a house that we don't get. I'm not gonna start celebrating. I ain't popping the space beer until the key's in my hand. Yeah, they said, here's all the stuff that's for sale. It's $10K for the whole thing. And I'm like, I don't have $10K. I know I don't have $10K because I just gave you $10K and then some, like $40K for, down payment. I got cobwebs in my wallet, man. Brimo and I have been eating ramen and freaking Kraft mac and cheese and stuff for like the past couple of weeks because we have no money. Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking for money. This is part of the process. We'll make money back later.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't have 10K, so I'm buying your house. Jeez, Stan. Yeah. Any info about when you'll hear from the bank? Hurry up and wait right now, dude. Hey, Frango. One less cobweb, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. We got to talk to them. I'd like to go down and actually meet them for real, though. To make sure that they don't hate us too much from the damn negotiations. Because, like, we're like, we need this fixed, we need this fixed, we need this fixed, etc., etc., etc. So, anyway, we'll talk more about that later. Don't shame Ramen and Mac. Good stuff. I'm not shaming it at all. I like it. It's just we've been eating it because we don't want to spend a lot of money because we basically cleaned out our savings for the down payment, which was, that's what the savings were for, but no, it's not Kraft brand mac and cheese. It's store. It's Stop and Shop cheese macaroni dinner. Yeah, it's the off-brand stuff. It's the we have Kraft mac and cheese at home. Kraft mac and cheese at home. That's not where they should be expecting that after the inspection. Cool, cool. Hey, Norlock, 10-month resub. Yeah. Yeah, guys, that's why I'm not, like, getting too excited about it. And I've had kind of a poker face, even on stream, about, like, you know, the garage and everything. I'm just like, look, I want a key in my hand, then I'll get excited, dudes. Yep, Zeros, I'm not... Hey, there's nothing... Believe it or not, I'll be excited when that key goes in my hand, but I'll also be like, this is a lot of money. That's when it's really gonna hit home. The savings being gone is like, oh, okay, but it's still, you know, it's still all undoable. Like, we can get it back. There's a bunch of selling laws in Massachusetts where we could know, the bank could annul this whole thing, we could get our money right back. So it's yeah. That's what, when the key gets in my hand, that's what I'm going to be like. First house? Yeah, man. Yeah. Never done this before. It's, educational. What can go wrong at this point? Well, a lot of things can. You know, we got to make sure that we did all the paperwork right, etc., etc. There's a lot of stuff. But anyway. Alright, so if it's a sequencer problem, which it seems to be, I kind of want to finalize these hold down points. Or at least get something kind of in place that makes it not look like just a bunch of floating parts. Yeah, Zeros, right? It's like, we're doing what now? Okay. I'm almost debating making that a square. Maybe we shouldn't start adding that stuff. I wanted to put some panels around this thing for a little bit of extra heat protection. Just in case the rockets kind of screw this thing up. Yeah, DJ. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, right? The purchase and sale thing is like, oh boy. Okay. So, yeah. It's all good though. It's all good, man. Yeah, I don't want that sticking in there. Something can get caught on that. Okay, I think we're at the point where we don't need these other designs here. I think we got the design that works for us. Should we make a hood for this thing? Like, this is the part where I'm like, I don't know. I had the lawyer explain it to me, drummer. 5-head solution. Did I read the jargon myself, or did I leave it to the lawyers? Oh, I had the lawyer explain it. I ain't putting my name on anything that I don't believe in. That's really stupid. That's a really stupid thing to do. I'm not sure I like the triangles there. Let's try this. I'm getting a bit annoyed at the FAA. Why? Guys, I told you it happens when it happens. Don't let that occupy your headspace. That is a problem that is completely out of your control. Don't bother. So now the question is, do we want to redesign the umbilicals? I don't know if we should. Should we go with a different design? The auto strut hold down with the locking mechanism on the sequencer seems to work fine. Do we want to redesign this though? I'm not 100% sure. And do we want to make a hood for this thing? Why would we redesign this? KSP, the only thing that I'm thinking of is that if I build some landing leg mechanism, the spot right underneath the A might be a bad spot for this. That might not be the best place for it. We already know that the VSS has the potential of contacting the vehicle on the way up. We definitely don't want that. So we got to think about some things here. I also would like to make a hood cover for this thing. I've noticed that a lot of umbilicals have covers that slam shut. Like if we look at the shuttle footage, TSMU separation. Watch the thing that says MLP3 locks. Just clunk. That face when you realize that those 3 rungs right there are rungs for a ladder. That should get you your scale here. That door is huge. The door is gigantic. This TSMU is, I think it's like 6 feet by 5 feet or something. It's big, almost 2 meter tall. Well, actually, maybe no, it's bigger than that. Yeah, the TSMs are gigantic. See the ladder? That's a normal-sized human ladder. They're big. They needed a new launch pad, so I edited it to make you happy. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's exactly what NASA should do, Zay. Why don't you retract the strongback anymore? Well, Nova, it's not that I don't retract the strongback anymore. This is just temporary. This is stuff that I made for the test stand. This is not... That's probably not what I'm going to end up doing. What I will end up doing is probably something more like this. I want to have a fixed service structure because we're going to need it. This rocket I want to be Kerbal rated. So whatever vehicle we choose is going to need a crew access arm. And I'm not particularly a fan of the retractable gantry that we made for the Freedom rockets in the past. A crew access tower would probably be better. And how we could do that is if we go look at our Saturn footage. I was thinking something more... I wish. Like this. I think this would be better. Hey, Loppy, what's up? Ding. Yeah, a fixed service structure, an FSS like this would probably be better. Or a launch umbilical tower if we still choose to do a mobile launcher, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we should do that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
64 from Fire Fistus. Is it time to play GoldenEye? Yeah. Yeah, see, something simple like that is what we did in the past. I oftentimes go through this stuff and fish through ideas here. Just to see. How'd that get in here? I don't hate that picture. Did they have to make 39? The what? Did have to make 39D though to balance the mortal plane. Nice. Was the Saturn service tower designed to be used with Nova as well potentially? I'm not sure. Don't have the answer to that one. It's possible. I think, Hip, I'm going to say no, and I'm going to go ahead and guess that, I'm going to go ahead and guess that either A, it could be modified to work with it, or they would need to build another mobile launcher. I'm thinking, fellas. I'm thinking. Bird. Jebby. Bird. That's a big chonker. Yeah, see how they modified the ML here? Hip, they modified it for Saturn 1B. I mean, that kind of goes in the opposite direction, but something tells me that all this could easily be adapted to Nova. I don't think it could do it out of the box, right? Because different core diameters, but it's very clear that 39A, or Complex 39 offers a lot of flexibility. Von Braun offers a lot of flexibility here to be able to build different types of rockets. That was the whole point, that they could scale. You could use a Saturn 1B, you could use a Saturn 5, you could put a space shuttle on there, you could put SLS on there with some modifications. It's a very flexible architecture, even to this day. Which why it pisses me off to see it go to waste, you know, sometimes. Not so much anymore, but... Okay. Alright. I think before we go any further with the pad stuff, we have a base architecture, or a base design that we know is working. So now I think it probably would be better to go and mess with the other systems on this thing. Meaning like, I think we might want to mess with the landing legs today. Or whatever the landing mechanism is. Because I think that's the next step. So I like to talk myself through this stuff. It helps me kind of figure out what I need to do. So our hold down points are working. They work just fine. We know they work just fine. So now what? Now what's the next logical step? Well, should we redesign the umbilical? We were talking about that. That does work, and it's really very clear, just a matter of timing. I don't think it really matters where we put the umbilical. As long as we get our sequencer timed correctly, I don't think it's a problem. The VSS is something that we're going to have to work on, but I don't want to go designing a vehicle stabilization system and on a first stage or something and not like have the second stage or anything else there. You know, we should do that separately. So as long as our first stage hold downs are correct, I think we should go mess with the landing legs and build out some landing leg designs and see where we can go from there. The reason why I think we should do that is because that will tell us more than anything if we need to move that umbilical somewhere else. Shifting this umbilical and clocking it in a different position over here might not be the worst idea. Can I help you?
Yeah, I need the house thing 5 minutes. Just mute it. It'll be fine.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're gonna have to give me a second. Urban Venture, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Hey guys, I'm working on hold down points for the new vehicle that I'm making, but thank you very much, Urban Venture, for the raid. Guys, Urban Venture is a fellow KSP streamer. A good one at that. I have to kind of do this plug quick, Urban, because I got is the realtor on the phone?
No, nobody's on the phone. I just wanted to talk to you.
Okay. We got to talk about house stuff real quick. So, thank you very much for the raid, guys. The raid's coming in, and now I need to be like, oh, I'll be right back. But Urban, thank you very much for the raid, dude. I do appreciate it. It's late over there, dude. I got to raid and fade myself. Yeah, me too. All right, thanks for the raid, buddy. I appreciate it. Raiders, if you just bear with me for a moment, I'll get back into explaining what we need to do here. But I need to back out for just a second. Yeah, it's a pain in the butt, but we're getting it done right. All right, let's go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Ah. Anyway, all right, I'm back, dudes. Sorry about the wait. Jared has released EJ. What is Bigfoot's favorite exercise? Sasquatch. Oh, nice. Minion with a 56-monther, and then somebody did. Arbalast had a 33-monther in there too. Fake EJ. No. Don't let the mustache fool you. The long one, no trouble. No. It's Bree and I just needed to talk about some stuff real quick. Lizard EJ? I'm not a lizard. It's. Can I get a? Nope. If you want to order food, you can't. It has to be in physics terms. Alright. The rental we got is Canadian, and the speedometer is mainly in kph. Good thing is I have 500 plus hours in ETS too. Nice. Can I get a Saturn V hold the locks? You ain't gonna go very far with that. Was reminded of your favorite squadron. Check the VF number. Oh, yeah. That's, no, 154. It's a great squadron. No, firework. No. That's very irrational. Alright, let me get a laser interferometer, 2 Atlas detectors, and put the rest on pump 4, please. Alright. Okay, so, yeah. No, Brim and I were just discussing, so sometimes, like, what we do with, like, sometimes Bree and I need to have, like, a team meeting almost. You know, team, right? Got the ring on her finger. Team. That's important. We just need to discuss strategy and plans and stuff. That's what that was. Like, it's like with the furniture and everything. We got to figure all that stuff out. Let's be real, chat. We needed a pep talk. Yep. Brimo was like, shall we play a game? And I'm like, yes, let's play global thermonuclear war. How about a nice game of chess? No. Let's play global. It was basically that. Yeah. Basically that. But anyway, yep. All right, back to work. So, Urban Venture, first and foremost, he's gone already. But, yeah, it was super late over there. Thank you for the raid, and welcome Urban Venture Raider. Sorry I had to dip out, like, right when that happened. So, the Whopper, that's right, yep. We're back to ordering food, aren't we? So I think it's time to go and mess with the landing legs. So that's what we're going to do now. Now that we got our hold down points kind of figured out and finalized. Right, failed. We'll get them next time. I need to go back into the first stage mastercraft file. Here we go. Still here. Oh, hey. Right on, man. Sweet. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to get rid of the test stand, and we're only going to mess with the first stage now. So dip that out. Now we got to design some landing legs. Make sure there's no fuel in here. On the other vehicle, I put these in here like that. These went down here, and we're touching the hold downs like that. Cool. Alright, so now we have to design around this. And this is where I kind of do still want to mess with the umbilical, guys, but I don't want to. We gotta figure out the landing legs. We gotta figure out how the landing legs are gonna work before we mess with any of this. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. So, how should we mess with this? I'm torn, because the last time I made any landing leg in KSP, what we ended up doing was making a landing leg that was kind of like Falcon 9's. And what I did was I had my landing legs physically undock. I had them physically undock from Condor when it was coming back down, and I used the rocket's decelerating forces to flip the legs open. And I had Kraken Tech hinges, right? So the legs actually became 4 separate vehicles that were moving around the vehicle. And then when the landing legs went into the downward position, they redocked. They redocked to Condor, and then the landing legs had an auto strut on them to mimic exactly what the pneumatic gas strut does. And that holds the booster in place. Now, I'm not entirely sure if we should... I can do something like that again. Not that difficult. Not a problem. We can do that. That's no issue. However, is that going to be too complicated? Is it not going to be complicated enough? Like, it'll take some time to try and replicate the actual landing legs, but I think we can do it with hybrid tech, and with a hybrid tech and the sequencer and a good cow controller. We could automate the leg deploy sequence and get hinges with Kraken Tech and Hybrid Tech to lock in position at certain times, and we could make it strong. It would be fine. And then I could make it so the legs are easily folded up too. But it really comes down to building a hinge that's strong. We need something that's strong. But now with the Hybrid Tech, the legs can stay one craft. Yeah, Alex, but we still have to make it so when the legs fully deploy, I can either make them hold in position. That works. Or we could have them... We'd have to lock out the Hybrid Tech hinges to get them to hold in the right spot. Or we could try to make it work like the real one and use a gas strut in the form of a telescoping hydraulic to get it to work right. We could use the locking feature and then auto strut back in. That will absolutely work, Alex. Yeah. But the hold on. I'm thinking. Thanks, Alien. Appreciate it. See, okay. Having trouble focusing today. Okay, so, don't ask what that was. I don't know what it was either. I'm just trying to get my mind straight. So, we could have the hinges with Hybrid Tech that just fold down, and then the Hybrid Tech hinge can lock out. If it locks out, we're fine. The legs will hold just like Condors. We could literally make a carbon copy of them and then have it on a cow controller that when the legs are in the fully deployed position, right, they lock. Simple as that. Now, That'll make it so the legs are actually a pain in the butt to fold back up. What I'm wondering is if we have a hydraulic extension for these things, right? I could potentially use the hydraulic extension to fold the legs back up into position. And that would make recovery operations down on the ground a little bit easier. But see, where my mind goes from there... Where my mind goes from there is why even do that? Do you like Star Citizen? I don't play Star Citizen out of fear of addiction. God damn it, Riv, I lost my train of thought again, man. No problem, dude. No problem. I'm having trouble today. That's all. It's my Monday. Remember that. And I'm not used, like, dude, I haven't like gone in on a Monday and played Kerbal and started doing like hard engineering right off the bat like this in like 6 months. So it's not, don't worry. You don't need to apologize. It's all good. It's Strimmer. It's me. I'm like, how do I do this again? I got a case of the Tuesdays. Have you tried any Hardscape Shipbreaker? You're not making this easy for me, Thor. you can't make this easy, can you? No. I played Hardscape when it went out into early access. It's a fun game. I haven't played 1.0 yet. Last, can't the motorized hinge lift them back up? It's possible, Alex. Yeah, we could have them. We could have, if we have it motorized. When VTOL VR, guys, stop it. I don't want to play other games right now. I want to play Kerbal. Please don't do this. Please, my brain's already paced today. All right. Alright, I gotta have the music off today. It's messing with me. Let me go back to what I was doing. What was I doing? Okay, so a couple of things that we have to figure if we have the folding thing, the fold-out leg with the hinge. So, Alex, those things really like to drift around, and you got to remember, we're going to be opening them in the air. There's no bump stop for it. If I set the maximum movement for the hinge, they're gonna sway like this when we deploy them. The other way that I had it was I had a docking port that swung into position and docked, locking the legs into position. Now the real Falcon 9 legs have a locking collet system. So what's a collet? A collet is a piece of mechanical engineering that locks a shaft into place. So think like so you see how that metal is tapered on the outside, it gets bigger. There's a pin that'll go into that, and because that tapers inward, it'll lock it into position. Like a tapered piece like this. It'll whatever it the locking collet slides into gets stuck in here. It's good to hold things in place. See, there's a single taper locking collet and a double taper locking collet. Falcon 9 has these at the bottom of its legs. That's what it has to lock the legs into position. If you watch when the landing legs deploy, they deploy out and they lock into position, right? There. You see them go they kind of come out and then they lock. That's the collet snapping into position. Watch them again. This one actually locks first because Falcon's coming down at a slight angle. Ready? Right there. They lock. If they didn't have that locking collet, the thing would land and the thing would just tip over. The legs would just fold back up. I know because of this. During the Jason 3 landing, one of the locking collets, well, it didn't lock. So watch what happens. That's really, really difficult to watch. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a chuck for a drill bit, almost. Kind of. It's like the reverse of that. Like on a lathe or something. It's similar to that, but yeah, that hurts to watch. We watched that live. I remember that. We watched that live because they're going to land this. Well, nope, no, they're not. They landed the last one. They're going to land it. Nope. It's a precision 3-dimensional clamp. Now, can we make locking collets in KSP? Sure. Oh yeah, you can do that. Can I make one small enough to fit on a vehicle in KSP? No, probably not. So we need to find another solution there. Now, we could have flip-up landing legs like that. We could have flip-up landing legs. That would be doable, but I can't help but think that we might be able to find a better solution for the vehicle. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, cast your mind back to Rocket Lab. They did this about 6 months ago. Here.
Earlier this year, I ate my hat. There's some things we said we'd never do. We're going to build a big rocket. It's called Neutron. Luckily for me, there are no hats on the menu today. But what I will be dishing you out is full details on the Neutron launch vehicle. We've been busy. But let me show you a new breed of rocket, where reliability, reusability, and cost is hard baked into the design from day one. This is not a conventional rocket. This is what a rocket should look like in 2050, but we're building it today. So where do you start designing a new rocket? Well, ironically, you don't start at the rocket. You start at the satellite and all the spacecraft that you need to launch, and then you start the design process around that.
Watch this.
Over 80% of all of the satellites that are going to be built in the next decade are going to be small satellites and constellations. And these constellations form a critical part of the infrastructure around the planet to guide, monitor, and enable Earth's future. Constellations require very unique deployment needs, and up until now, there hasn't really been a vehicle that's optimized to do that. But of course, Neutron's not just great for constellations. It's great for geostationary deployments, human spaceflight, and of course, my personal favorite, interplanetary. Now, as we went through the design process, it became very, very clear that this rocket was going to dispense with all convention. So what does a rocket of 2050 look like? Well, let's start off with the absolute basics. This is a reusable launch vehicle, so that means it's got to land. So you don't want any deployable landing legs. You want a nice, big, wide, static base. Next is the upper stage. The upper stage is actually really, really tricky because it has competing requirements. Firstly, it has to be the lightest and the most high-performing structure as part of the launch vehicle, but it also has to be the lowest cost because for Neutron, at least at this point in time, it's a disposable upper stage. So when you think about making super light structures and super high performance structures, you need to really put them in tension. So Neutron's upper stage is actually hung from the payload separation plane,
Forward
which
load
makes
reactor.
it incredibly strong, and it also makes it the lightest upper stage ever in history. Finally, we add tanks to the bottom of stage one and then connect it all together. Now, Electron's taught us a lot about reusability, and reusability and re-entry is not actually a structural problem, it's a thermal problem. So the best way to manage a thermal load is to just not have it. And if you look at Neutron behind me here, what you can see is a continually decreasing shape and size of the vehicle, starting large at the base to smaller at the top. That's actually really important because what that does is it decreases the pressure along the vehicle. So as we're re-entering the atmosphere, that decrease in pressure ensures that we don't have any shock waves attaching to it. So this is Neutron. It is an absolute beast. It stands 40 metres tall, it has a 7 metre diameter at the base and a 5 metre class fairing. And as you can see, we can lift 8 tonnes in a fully reusable mode, returning back to the launch site, or
Man, this
15
thing's gonna be
tonnes
good.
is its maximum payload capacity to low Earth orbit. And the vehicle itself weighs 480 tonnes. So if you stood in front of a rocket in 2050, you wouldn't expect it to be made of normal materials.
You guys want to watch the rest of this? It's only a couple minutes. I wanted the landing leg part. A way we could do our rocket is with a fixed landing leg. We might not even need those things to fold out. All right, we could keep watching. Here, I'll show you. Once again, they rolled out with this about 6 months ago, and they are working on it.
Weight is absolutely everything in a launch vehicle. So what we set up here is a little bit of an experiment. We have roughly 1 square metre of material here, and we've allocated 3.5 kgs per square metre of the rocket. Now, stainless steel is quite a popular choice. Oh, that's not so good. Let's try some aluminum.
He said aluminum, right? Or...
That's not very good either. Okay then, let's try something new. Let's try carbon composite, but not any kind of carbon composite, a Rocket Lab carbon composite. Now that's what I call a 2050 material. But sometimes carbon composites get a bit of a tough rap because they're expensive to
What a
manufacture
dick.
and slow. Not the case. We're going to do this fast. We're going to use automated fibre placement. 3D printing really changed the game when it came to rapid manufacture. At least it did in 2013 when we used it to build the first 3D printed rocket engines on Electron. With metallic 3D printing, you measure the speed in millimetres per minute. With automated fibre placement, you measure the speed in metres per minute. We have already shown with Electron that carbon composites are an ideal material for an orbital rocket. Now, thanks to Neutron, it's going to really come into its own as a rocket material of the future.
I don't know this.
Now, as much as I do love the sleek black look of carbon, it's about far more than looks. A huge reduction in weight is a game changer. If you can take the mass out of the rocket, you take the pain out of propulsion, and quite literally, the heavy lifting.
Heavy.
Now let me introduce you to Rocket Lab's newest engine, Archimedes. Now, because we don't have to lift a great big hulking metal rocket into orbit,
Metal.
it means the engines can be far less stressed. We don't need to push the engines to their absolute maximum. Archimedes is a 1 meganewton thrust engine. With over 320 seconds of ISP,
That's
its
powerful.
propellants are liquid oxygen and methane, and the cycle is also very simple.
Big.
It's a gas generator cycle. These are all the things you want when you have to build an engine that can be reused over and over again.
Yep.
There is no point in having an engine that is absolutely busting its bolts at 11,000 psi. What we need for a reusable launch vehicle is an engine that can run over and over again at very low stress and very high margins. That's what's important. Seven Archimedes engines propel the first stage. Since reusability is at the heart of the Neutron design, we asked ourselves, how could we reuse as much as possible to really drive down those costs and time to get it onto the pad and launch again and again? The answer is not throwing away the fairings or even trying to catch them. The best way is to never get rid of them in the first place. Next, we have to control the rocket during re-entry. So that's right, Neutron does not land on a barge, it is a return to launch site vehicle. So to guide the rocket back, we use the shape to our advantage, just like Electron. We use the atmosphere to do as much work as possible. Small control surfaces called canards at the front make small changes in the trajectory needed to get the accuracy and guide the stage back to the launch site where we started.
It is a cool design, guys. I gotta hand it to him. It's really
So what
freaking
lands
smart.
back on Earth is a complete first stage, fairings and all. And all we need to do is open those fairings back up, load in a second stage and a payload, close the fairings, and go again. So what does a 2050 rocket look like? Well, it should be designed to be reusable from day one. It should also have
It'd be
materials
hard
that
to
are
do,
advanced,
Zebo.
materials that can withstand all the forces of re-entry and are cost-effective and easy to manufacture. It should also have engines that are able to be used over and over again, and engines that aren't stressed to their absolute limit. It's really important also to be able to return the vehicle to a launch site, not costly barges way out in the middle of the ocean. And then finally, it's also important not to throw away fairings, but just have a vehicle that you can load upper stages and payloads in and fly again and again and again. And it launches from a pad without all that bulky and costly infrastructure. We did something extraordinary with our first rocket, Electron, and we're doing something even more extraordinary with Neutron. The team is flat out right now at full force developing it. Prototype tanks are under manufacture as we speak, and Archimedes will breathe its first fire next year. Because at Rocket Lab, when we say we're going to do something, we do it.
A lot of shade being thrown in there. What will they do next? Proton? I mean, Neutron does fly backwards. Proton is pretty good at doing that. So maybe they're preparing. Do a barrel roll. Yeah, let me just hammer this in. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Let me just hammer this together. It's all right. More shade for you, sir. When they do the super heavy launch vehicle, they'll name it Higgs. Nice. So that I noticed some things here, fellas. If we go and look at Neutron, the Neutron performance again, Midge, tier 386. You're too kind. Thank you. It's good to see a sub from you, Midge, happening during the day for a change. But I understand you miss home away from home, you know. With all these rockets like Neutron, Electron, etc., they're going to be flying helium. That's right. So I noticed that these legs... So we could opt for a fixed landing leg design. We could do that. It's doable. I'm not sure how well that's going to work with our launch plate. So I was kind of thinking, you know, maybe there's another way we can do this. Like, what have we done in the past that we know works? Well, on my, on Neptune, on our Neptune rocket, I basically just did this. I did that, and we called it a day. That's it. It was just a bunch of these strutted together, and we just landed on that. Now, we could do that. I could land this thing right on the nozzles in KSP. I made the nozzles in the engines and everything strong enough. But I mean, do we really want to do that? I think your leg base would need to be a touch wider. Well, I mean, that's kind of where I'm going with this. Now, that would mean that we would probably be better off doing something like this, tilting these out at 5 degrees and going in and doing something like that. Now, SpaceX's legs are way out here. That's super stable during landing, but they need to fold out. Neutron doesn't seem to have anything like that. It has something like this. Actually, I'm pretty sure those stringers go all the way up. I don't really want to make these go all the way up like that. I don't think that's a good idea either, because that's a lot of extra mass for this thing. I mean, it would look kind of cool. You'd have to go like halfway up the vehicle, I suppose. That wouldn't look too incredibly bad, but we still run into a similar type of problem here. Like, where do we want this? Ideally, like, that would be right, I suppose. Only 2 go all the way up for cross range. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah. 2 of them. It's only 2 for that cross range capability. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, Neutron has that fat belly, so yeah, we can't really make tanks that way. I can make a fairing to fake it to make it look like that, but it's not really gonna work how we want. I think this one the capability. Yeah. Yeah, okay. We could do something like New Glenn. New Glenn has a small landing leg, but it has wing structure. That could work, but I don't know. Like I need this thing to be able to be turned around quick. We need it to be turned around fast. So could we make an integrated landing leg hold down point? Oh, an integrated landing leg hold down point. Yeah, I suppose firework, but how? How would we do that? We could move the hold downs around. That's possible. We could do that. We just spent a good amount of time engineering them, you know. Repost before going back into KSP, but there was a frame on Neutron, on the Neutron pitch, where 3 out of 7 engines are shut down before stage separation. Could it be that the second stage isn't too stressed with a huge TWR right before separation? Not sure. Integrate your leg structure into the thrust structure. Well, most landing leg mechanisms are integrated into the thrust structure already. SpaceX's, the leg hinges are basically right at the hold down points, dude. Oh yeah. That's already a thing. So, what's our stakeholder expectation? I want this stage to be able to move payload, and I want it to RTLS, and I want to be able to land it and put it back on the pad very easily. Now, a fixed landing leg solution could work, but we'd still have to go through integration options. What's another solution? Could we land it on the pad? Could we catch it? I could. It's a lot of parts, and it's very complicated. We could catch it, SpaceX style. That would be very difficult. I think catching would take too long. I don't think I have the chops to be able to do that. See? No chops. No chops. Landing near the pad, I think, would be the most ideal Kerbal solution. Landing near the pad and then figuring out a way to get it back to the pad. I'm talking maybe 100 meters at best, right? We could do a flyback. We could do flyback like Freedom. That does work. We know that works. I don't really like the jet engines, though. The jet engines are what kind of made that design, you know? That didn't really make it too incredibly... That wasn't too incredibly efficient, you know? So, I really kind of wanted to do flip-out landing legs, and we could do it. And the reason why I kind of wanted to flip-out landing legs like Falcon 9 is because those could offer the quickest turnaround time. I think fixed landing legs cut into your margin of error for landing. You basically have to have a lot less horizontal velocity moment on touchdown when compared to a wider stance of legs. Yep. We also got to, yeah, exactly. We also got to take into account, like, is every landing going to be super precise? That's why it's not. And I'm flying these things. So I don't think that I could do a catch. It's possible, but we'd need a lot of fuel margin, and that's fuel margin that's lost on payload to orbit if we need more fuel for the first stage to land, right? So, if no catch, I say Neutron style. Yeah. Flyback was fun, but what about a crawler like the one they used to lock down Falcon 9 after landing to move it back to the pad? Well, Toothless, yeah, we could do that, but whatever we use for that would entirely depend on what type of landing legs we use, right? Wolfie, we could do slide out legs. That's fine. Hey, Tourniquet, 44 months. Thank you. Just to consider, if you would use folding legs, you would need to figure out how to refold the legs, and that would eat up turnaround time. Yep. We are in a quandary, chat. We are in a quandary. There's a lot of different things to think about. But at the end of the day, the main question to ask is, what are we trying to do? What's our stakeholder expectation? Well, we want to use the stages fast. It's kind of a similar principle to SpaceX with our first stage here. We want to turn these stages around quickly. That's really, really important. They need to be turned around fast. If they're not turned around fast, then it's not going to work very well. With hybrid tech, you can use robotics to fold the legs up. Well, that was my first thought, fellas. That was my first thought. Use your crane to build a clamp at the end of an arm and just clamp the rocket using grip pads. Then you can manipulate the rocket like Canadarm. This would be worth testing because the vehicle is empty on return. Once again, I mean, you guys aren't. I'm saying I need you to do addition, and you're like, hey, but what about subtraction? You're thinking a step down the road. All right, how we're going to put the vehicle back together is. We can't think about that yet until we figure out a good way to land it. Why are we thinking about recovering that first stage? Why are we thinking about doing that when we haven't even figured out how the first stage is going to get back? Right? Canada? Use chutes. You're thinking one step down the road. Not you, S. You're just not thinking. So we got to think about this. This is something that we should consider. It's something that we got to figure out. My suggestion was an addition to the static legs. It's an option based off of the fact that you land on static legs. Yeah, I know, Flykin. I know. You're getting confused. I know why you said it. I understand. But the entire thing that you're suggesting is based off of using static landing legs, which is not. I don't think that. I haven't even. We have a bunch of I-beams sitting off the side of the vehicle. I haven't even gotten that far. You know what I'm saying? I want fixed because it's something different. With respect, Papa Bear, I don't really care about it being different or not different. I want what works the best. I don't care if you guys want it different. I don't care if you guys want me to build a giant flying banana. I don't care. That's, you know, sometimes it pays to go with what you know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. Like, the fixed landing legs would be something different. I get it. Fold out legs, we've done it in the past. We've done flyback boosters. We've never done a fixed landing leg design. I understand where you're coming from. But if fixed doesn't make sense, then I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do it just to be different. That's what I've done in the past. And it doesn't really get you anywhere. Notice that? Alex, what's up? Question, how low is the center of mass at landing? It's not very. This is with no fuel. Test out a couple of different landing leg designs and then, yeah, okay. Fixed landing legs, your tip angle is going to be very low. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, no. That's what I'm worried about with fixed stuff. Like, there's a trade-off there. A fixed landing leg is going to have a very low profile. It's a simpler part, but it could screw with reliability with the mission. We could mess with reliability. I don't necessarily want to do that. Repost, do you still think you can land the booster between the pad and the integration building? I can get close if we design this correctly. Can you use flow priority so the bottom tank drains? Yeah, of course, Wiser. Yeah. I actually wanted these two tanks to have fuel. I wanted these 4 up at the top. There's 6 tanks in line here. I wanted these 4 up at the top to have the to drain fuel first, to simulate locks in RP1 just hanging around. Or what I could do is set it so it starts. I mean, how are we going to drain them in proportion? Like a real rocket would. How would we do that? We'd have to have this flow priority basically, because we have 4 tanks here. That flow priority would need to be equal to that flow priority. And then this flow priority would need to be able to be equal to those two. So that means at certain times with the rocket that we would have fuel basically like that. That's not bad. What about flyback? I've done it before. Sorry, I had to get the turbo going. We've done flyback before. It works. The flyback definitely does work. Into your hand grows. Yeah, okay. Huh. What if we... That could work. We'd have to redesign the hold downs for it, but it could work. $18 is the stakeholder expectation. I was thinking we could have 3x landing legs, right? So, bear with me here. If we did a 3 times landing leg, and then we had 3 times hold down, 3x hold down points, we'd have to go retest the hold downs to make sure that 3 of these could hold this up. But we could have a hold down point here, here, and here. And that would leave space for the umbilicals. Actually, it would need to be something like this. You know, we have hold down there, hold down there, hold down there, with fixed landing legs in 3 times sim. That could do it. But once again, we need to go re-engineer it. I kind of am coming down in favor of doing 4 times, just because I estimated a lot of mass for the landing legs. I think I estimated 9 tons for the landing legs. And that, yeah, 9 tons for the landing legs is where I'm at. So we have some looseness with the design. Theoretically, could you have the hold down points underneath the legs? I could. It would affect stability on the pad. Wait, what if the first stage had wide fixed legs? Would the arrow hit be that bad? Yeah, of course. Hold downs on the landing legs. That was my idea with Starship. I thought Super Heavy should just land on its hold down points. But in reality, putting your hold down points right here even is not a good idea because the gases are going to cook it on the way up. Even Neutron. They said they went with a fixed landing leg design, but there's clearly renders of Neutron with an extendable landing leg. But it's just straight telescopic. Like, look at the renders of it launching and stuff. See? Those landing legs aren't deployed. They're actually retracted up and in. See? And then when this sucker comes back down and lands, see, they actually have an animation of that thing deploying. Look. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I see it, Grab. Peter Bick. Peter Bick, Peter Bick, Peter Bick. Okay, so what if we had slide lock legs? So, fellas, what if we did something like this? Alright, let's just rotate it here, right? So, actually, I want one of these back, so. What if we had legs that are like this, right? And they're on a fixed strake to an extent, right? And then, this is kind of like New Glen's, but not. So it flips out like that, right? And that could give us a hold down, but we could also have it pivot into position like this. We could have it go backwards and then fold out. And then, when, you know, the first stage, right? When the first stage is down like this, it's going to push on this, and when it does, it'll push it up into a hybrid tech socket right there, like the hold down points, right? It'll push it up into a hybrid tech socket, and then it locks into position, similar to the locking collet. But how would we get that movement? How would it fall down like that? If you had to justify Ares 5 and SLS Block 1 and 2 existing at the same time, how would you? One for crew, one for cargo. Do you have hybrid tech for linear actuation? Yeah. If you have pistons for legs, you could use the pistons similar to the MLP jacks, if you know what I mean. Yeah, there's one problem with that, as the MLP jacks are ground side. So trying to emulate something like that would not be what I'm looking for. What I mean is that you could lower the rocket down onto a transport. Nope, nope, too far. Too far. Nope, nope, too far. You're thinking about transport vehicles. No. No, too far. That's... No. Nope. Focus on landing. Landing first. We'll figure out the transport vehicle later. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be the predication for making the landing legs. Oh, well, we can transport it easier later. No. The landing legs should be good at landing. They should be good for landing. That's why they're called landing legs and not transport legs. Understand? I don't want to... We're not engineering that way. That's how I've made stuff in the past. It doesn't work. I'm trying to tell you guys this. Landing legs. Only landing legs. No tiers. Only landing legs. Like, it's screwing with me, too. Like, I'm like, oh, you know, if I made this like this, I can make this do that. No, 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 no. We're thinking too far down the road. Have you considered putting canards on the legs? Grab Shark, your idea, we'd have to move the umbilical, which isn't a big deal, but yeah, we'd have to move the umbilical. But it could be done. Alright, I want to try the hybrid tech solution first. Let's do that. Let's work with the hybrid tech stuff right now. Okay. You think it's bad to think about the problem holistically? May I ask why? Genuine curiosity. I don't even know what that word means. I don't care, but whatever. Let's see. In a way that is characterized by comprehension of the parts of something is intimately interconnected and explicable only by reference of the whole. I don't know how saying I don't want to design my landing legs for transport because they're called landing legs doesn't click a bell in your head, dude. Why doesn't that make sense? I don't want to. I'm not saying that we don't think about the problem as a whole, but the landing legs should be good for landing. It should be good for landing because they're called landing legs. That's my stakeholder expectation in this, right? Like my landing legs land things, you know that. You know, they call landing gear on an airplane landing gear because what is it? What do you use it for? You use it for landing. It's gear that's equipped for landing the plane. They don't call it flying gear. The point is that if you think about it this, and I know you'd probably type it, well, actually, hold up, stop typing. Stop. Just stop. Listen. Look, I'm not saying that we don't think about the problem as a whole. I'm thinking about right now, we want to think about landing legs. You're going from step 1 to step 20. You got to think about landing. You have to make something first. You got to make something that's ideally good at landing, and then you think about the transport stuff later. It's not that I'm not thinking about the entire picture. You know, you have to, per your stakeholder expectations, and it's not that I'm not taking it into account either. But I don't want to go introducing all this extra stuff into the landing leg that's supposed to be optimized for transport and not have the landing leg work. You got to build something that works first, and then you can think about the whole picture later. I've in the past I've tried to make stuff better for, other options. Like, oh, I'm gonna make a landing leg that's good for transport. But then the landing leg isn't good at landing. It's okay at landing and it's okay for transport. I want to just think about landing legs. That's it. That's all. That's all we're thinking about right now. That's all I want to think about, dude. Where you're going too far. Like, I don't know how I can explain this any better. Where do I want this? Try this. No, I haven't, Dish. I haven't seen it yet. I spent my Memorial Day weekend re-roofing a shed and watching cars go vroom vroom. Okay, so how would you extend the gear without pistons? I'm not. I don't. That design's gone. I'm trying something different, S. Just forget about the extendable piston, okay? No news is good news right now, Jim. We're getting there. We'll see, though. We'll get there, dude. We'll get there. That's a hell of a landing leg. I'm not sure yet, Nuclear. Thanks, Jim. I appreciate it, man. Alright, let me build for a second here, dudes. I'm trying to try the hybrid tech solution right now. Let's try that. Let's just do a placeholder thing. That'll work right there. And then disengage on that motor. let's try this. So this is the hybrid tech solution. I just made some stupid looking landing legs that just, they don't even really look too nice. I just made something that will work, or at least I know will work. So now, we need to make sure that all these are enabled correctly. Enable same vessel collision. Enable same vessel interaction. Enable. Okay. It's kind of like that S, yeah, kind of. Alright. So... yeah, see, that's what I was worried about with the umbilical, but it's alright. I'm gonna have to move it offset over there somewhere. Okay. They're just there to look nice, alien. Hey, Sile, how's your build coming along? It's okay. I'm just testing some different ways of landing out right now. Alright, let's move this back into that position there. There's my chicken bone landing legs. We'll call them that. Now we need that hybrid tech solution. So behind every one of these is just a small G00 hinge. It's that's a very wimpy little hinge. But we need to get the correct angle here, and then we'll bind that to a cow controller to see what happens. Minus 25 should be right. So let me set the limiter on the hinge. Sorry. Alright, now let's just put a robotics cow controller. Let's just put it right there. And then we'll call this landing leg test. Okay, so what do we need? We need, for the landing leg test, I need to bind the docking ports. Undock. Bind that. Undock. And then we need to bind the 4 hinges that are down here. We need the target angle. The target angle needs to go from 90 to minus 25, just like that. And then, right when we mess with the cow controller, we need to key a point in there, key a point in there. And then, it's important that these things right here have a servo lock when we're in the open position. So I need to go engage servo lock, and we need to put that over there so they lock when we're in the downward position. And then I'll take this piece right here and we'll set that to root. Because if we set it to root with these in the locked position, right, where does that root part end up? It ends up the stack, like there. Cool. And that'll get us our long throw landing legs. This is kind of how I did it with Condor, but I'm trying to do it as all as one piece. Let's see what it does. I'm wondering if this hybrid tech is enough to hold it. We don't need to worry about the servo locks being right in the upright position because they're going to be locked into the landing legs there. We don't need to worry about them being locked when the legs are in the folded up position because the docking port is there, excuse me. Now we might not need the docking port. I might just have a pin that this thing could fit into, Kraken Tech style, and that'll hold it in position and lock it into place. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going to work here. Now the other thing that I'm going to do, and this is just kind of for the time being, is I'm going to put RCS on this, like that. Will you try and lift them back up after a landing? Got to see if they work first. That's what I mean. This has the potential of being able to be lifted back up. I'm not sure that these hinges are strong enough to do that. But we'll find out. This is what I was trying to tell you before, Alex. I don't want to put a big hinge down here because we don't really need one. You really don't. A gas strut here would help hold the vehicle up, and it would help it retract later down the road. It might end up being a little bit more parts. But even if I had a strong hinge down here, I'm not... First of all, space is at a premium down at the bottom of the rocket. Where the hell would I put it? And I mean, you could theoretically just put it in there. That's fine. But yeah, who knows? Anyway. Let's give this thing a little bit of fuel. Let's see what it does. Monoprop for temporary RCS? No. Those are Vernier engines. They use liquid fuel. They're manually retracted, Jim. With the right support vehicles, this could be a padless launcher. I just wanted to see something. Okay. Oops. This test is junk. Sorry. No cheeseburgers. No, we don't serve cheeseburgers. We serve engineering. Okay, so with this much fuel, we can get in on 3 engines, which is fine. Okay. It didn't register the undock last time with the cow controller, which is fine. We'll just... It would help if that thing wasn't in that position there. I don't know, Nuclear. I'm not really testing that right now. I have nothing to compare it to. How could I know? I don't even know if, yeah, New Shepard landing legs might work. I have no idea. Those are cool landing legs. I'm not sure how well they'd be able to be replicated in KSP, though. It won't lock because the legs bend. Yeah. The hinge isn't strong enough to lock those things into position. How'd you get the better looking fuel tanks? Better looking fuel tanks. These are just S3 7200 tanks. But I use fairings for the engine section and stuff. I made my own engine section. Yeah, this is all stock, dude. Yeah, just with the DLCs, I have the Making History and Breaking Ground. I just use fairings to make inner stages and stuff. All right, Pace. See ya. The Condor way could work. I mean, that would be the tried and tested. Some of these didn't have SVI on them. Let's try it again. Interesting. Interesting. I didn't have SVI enabled on all the hinges, so that test was bunk. All the tests were bunk anyway. Now, don't get me wrong. I still don't think it's going to work. This is what I was trying to tell before when my brain was scrambled. Even if we did it this way, even if we're using a much stronger hinge, we use the strongest hinge in the game, it'll still do that. There's still a lot of residual motion, and with SpaceX, that expanding pneumatic strut is what dampens that motion out. It's there to control the rate of descent so they can lock into place correctly. We can emulate that with hybrid tech. We just got to get the mechanism right. All right, ready? Let's punch 6 engines, right? And now, boop. See? This is why we need the strut, because they're going to do that no matter what. It doesn't matter. It does not matter what hinge we use. It's always going to do that. Plus side is that does look cool. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. That's what I thought would happen. But the legs held up really well. Those hinges don't... Those hinges work fine. We know they work fine from Condor. So let's go in here and let's mess with stuff a little bit. So, what do we need to change? Well, we got to find a way to dampen out the force of these hinges locking into place. We got to find a way to dampen it. If we don't dampen it, it's not going to work. Simple as that. So, how does Falcon 9 do it? Well, Falcon 9 uses a pneumatic gas strut. See them right there? There's a gas strut right there. And when the leg is in the closed position, that gas strut is, it is on a hinge right there, and it's facing upward. There's another hinge right here that's built into the landing leg. We can do this. I can make this. We can make it with hybrid tech. I'm just not sure if it's going to work. You could try using large hinges clipped into the tank for higher torque. Toasty, it's going to do that no matter what. The robotics in this game are bendy. They're bendy. That's what they do. They always have secondary motion like that. Even with a stronger hinge, they'll still move around. And now, don't get me wrong. It won't move around as much. You're absolutely right. But even if that thing is moving just a little bit, my hinges won't lock. If the robotic doesn't lock into position, I'm screwed. I'll go to land and the legs will just fold up like somebody said the thing looked like a deer, like a newborn deer or a baby giraffe. The thing will just go and then it'll crash. I need something to lock it into place. My theory is that if we have the piston there, I don't need to worry about these things locking into place. That hinge can free float. It's fine because the piston is what's going to hold it up. Right? At least that's the idea. It has to be able to just lock into position. And I'm not sure getting a servo lock on that is going to work. It's not going to work exactly how we want, I don't think. So let me get rid of that. Let me get rid of that. Awesome picture, by the way. I like that picture a lot. One launching, another one waiting, a big boy waiting. Yeah, Zebel, okay, I got you. Thinking you could put a piston on it and turn the strength down really low and let it fall into place. Have you ever tried playing RSSRO? No. Nah, I haven't. There we go. Yeah, see, these legs have that gas strut. That's why the legs have such a weird shape. They have that gas strut sitting in there. Okay. All right, let's do this way. All right, so let me go back in here, make sure that the same vessel collision is enabled on all these parts. Yep. Okay, it is. All right, so now what? Now what do we need? We need that piston. We need the piston inside of the landing leg. Let's see if it works. I'm going to use the hybrid tech that I figured out the other day. And we'll see what this does for us. There's a hinge down there. There has to be. And then there's another hinge up there. These hinges aren't necessarily powered, though. And then it has a little flipper rod out here to push it out into position. All right. Well, Well, are we stopped? Good. How about a 5-minute break? Smoke if you got 'em. Now I need a hard part right here. The throw isn't long enough. Hey, Rocket Guy, what's going on, man? The throw isn't long enough, fellas. Rocket Guy, how was your Memorial Day? Everything good? No more Tarkov? I'm just not really into it right now, so I don't really want to waste Terra's time. That coupled with the fact that I really just want to play Kerbal. Yeah, really, I just didn't really feel like playing it. I just want to go back to playing KSP, fellas. I said I would variety stream for a little while, and don't get me wrong, we could still do it to an extent. I said I would variety stream for a little while until I want to play KSP again. And I want to play KSP again now. You know? I agree, Access. It's good to be back. I'm not usually one to take a break. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I need a break. It was more external stuff, just coupled with the grind of work, really got to me in the holidays. But now I'm fine. Now I'm fine. Yeah, I put the struts in there so it's easier for people to see what I'm trying to show. Yeah, Zeros, I got you. Alright, let's just establish a pivot point right here. Just for fun. Put a pivot point basically where I want this to be. So put that there, and then put another cubic octag right here. And we'll use that to measure to see how far off we are. Alright, so that's where the strut is in this position. We go to deploy the landing legs. Landing legs go down. Now what? Now where do we go? What's the angle that needs to be here? Now, fully extend this. That will fully extend over time. How far are we out? Oh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Arceus, 8-month resub. Thank you. Yeah. Our throw isn't long enough. Now the real question is, do we go with it? Alright, you know what? I'm going to do what I know works. Let's flip this back over into the 90 position here. Flip this back like that. Set the extension back over here like this. Clipping two pistons into each other, slightly like this, and then rotating them is what we've used on cranes in the past. We know that works. Hey there, Sleepy. No cheeseburgers? No, only coffee. Coffee and engineering. Only coffee and engineering. Okay, we go to pop the landing legs open here. Here we go. Let's extend the throw on that one. Extend the throw on the other one. I think that's obviously way too much, but this will get us the angle that we're looking for. 54 degrees? 53 degrees? Nice. Nice. Alright. Let me set these on another cow controller for debug testing. Leg extension. Debug. Go into action groups here. Go into leg extension debug. Target extension. Target extension. There we go. Alright, now that that's working, now I just got to find the right angle. The correct angle, not the right angle. It is 54. Now set the extension. There. Out of curiosity, any adversity to Neutron or early super heavy static integrated leg designs? S and I were talking about that earlier, Rocket Guy. It's not that I don't want to do that. It's that I'm honestly, trade studies. S came up with some pretty good ideas for it, you know, like how we could do it, but I want to see how this works. Just because the hybrid tech, we can build a more complicated leg that's going to be wider, and it's all trade-offs, dude. Like, with the fixed landing leg design like Neutron, we're very susceptible to flipping over, right? We don't want to do that. These landing legs give us a wide base, so our possibility of landing and staying straight up is way higher, right? This is a little more complex than the fixed landing legs. But if we're looking to rapidly turn around one, what do we take? Do we take more reusability? Do we take a little bit more complicated system, but increased likelihood of landing and not tipping over? You know, like, I'm kind of just bouncing back and forth here. I honestly don't mind the fixed landing leg Neutron solution with hydraulics. It's like I said, S and I were talking about it earlier, and I was like, yeah, it could work, but I kind of want to also experiment with hybrid tech here and see how that fares. Does that make sense? The pistons are the heaviest parts. Well, Prey, honestly, it's probably the same for the other one. Like Falcon 9, not the other one. Falcon 9 in real life is probably the same. Don't you think? So, fold the landing legs up. Once again, I just have struts kind of outlining where the landing legs will end up. No. That's close. Right there. Yeah, I forgot that the cubic octags they're kind of on top of each other there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Are you subject to any part count limitations, or is everything fully upgraded? No, not subject to any part count limitations, but fast turnaround time in Kerbal means lower parts, so it favors fixed landing legs, but I just, I want to make sure that this is the right solution. Hey, Doom. Closing day for your house. Congratulations, man. I got your message, dude. Yeah, I mean... Hey. It's a hassle. Always is. Or, well... Life always is. I've never closed on a house before. You beat me to it. I'm almost thinking we don't even need the docking ports, fellas. Talking about house, any updates? Nothing just yet. We're still in the whole no news is good news phase, dude. Alright, let me just finish up putting these hinges in place. Any opposition to making these nearly unpowered, or do you think they'll bind easily if not actively pushing? Haven't gotten that far, Prey. I haven't gotten that far, dude. I don't know. Almost there, fellas. Sorry for the dead air. Okay. Do the grip pad grip parts of the same vessel? Yes. Yeah, they do. Do you think Elon Musk deserves his hate? I don't know, man. Maybe. I don't know, dude. I don't hate him. I can only really speak for myself, Johnny, in this day and age. Because, yeah, I don't generally I don't really trust people who speak for other people, dude. Because I know not to speak for myself, or only to speak for myself, dude. You speak for other people, someone's gonna get annoyed. So, I don't hate the guy, and that's the best I can tell you. Did you have a good weekend? I did, Gatra. Yeah, it was fun. It was a good weekend. I spent most of it re-roofing a shed, but whatever. It was fun. I learned how to, relearned how to roof things. Yeah, I don't know. I just think everybody likes speaking for other people in this day and age. I don't think that's wise. So, I don't know. I don't think, does hate justify? I have no idea, dude. I can only speak for myself, and I don't mind the guy. I think the stuff that he's doing is way more important than tweeting, to be honest with you, but clearly people don't think that way. So, you know, it is what it be, so it do. Got to make sure we do this in a way to make sure that this doesn't bind up. Okay. All right, dudes. So let's take the damping. I don't know. No, I don't want the damping forces out of this. We need to dampen out the forces of this, so we need to move that into position, right? And it's funny because that pretty much gives us exactly what we need to point at, which is pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Now this hinge does not need to be motorized. It can be unmotorized. We don't need that, but I still need to use it to kind of set our angle here. I think 53 is the magic number, and then we need to see what the right extension rate is for it. Actually, that seems pretty on the money right there. 6.3 is the target number. All right, so make that go back down like this. What's max extension? 3.02. And it's only working on certain ones of these because I disconnected the thing and I misclicked, which is, you know, that's nice. Leg extension. Hang on. 6.2. 6.2 on the... Oh, no. Oh, no. 6.3. 6.3, 6.3, 6.3. Okay, so now we're going to need to go here, and then we need to rebind these. 3.02. So set max value to 3.02. Am I dumb? That was strange. That was a little weird. Okay, so we got to make sure that the motor is disengaged on this forward hinge right here. Motor is disengaged. Motor's disengaged on that one. Kraken Tech, let's make sure and check that our hybrid tech is working correctly by making sure we have same vessel collision enabled here. Okay. Alright, so now let's go into our landing leg extender. Let's go in here like this. Let's select that cow controller. Click on the landing leg test. Play position. The leg extension play position should be there, and then it should be maxed to 5.0. Now, when this deploys, that should move the pistons, yep, into position. And now what we can do, just for funsies, for a debug, is select this hinge, go to a target angle right here, and then what's the hinge's current position? We're at target, or no, 90. So that should start at 90, and then it should go to minus 53. And then this should give us a steady animation, steady enough animation. Yeah, it's not gonna work exactly. We might want to plus in some points there. We're doing animation curves now. This might bind up the hydraulics. But the hinge is unpowered, so it's not that big of a deal. It's demotorized, so it's not going to move. Okay, let's try this. Let's see if it works. Just out of curiosity. I want to see if this will lock this thing into position. Ready? Those are some wild-looking landing legs. They're just Falcon 9's landing legs without the skin on them, Errol. They just don't have the outside covers. This is what they would look like if it was just a skeleton. Here's the progress of the CenturyLink building in the multiplayer Minecraft server. Oh, it looks really good. The 13th, Katra. Alright, so SAS on, RCS on. Let's arm the engines and then play. I forgot to turn on same vessel collision. Nice mustache, Goose. Can we talk about Top Gun Maverick yet? No. I'm really hoping this hybrid tech does what I think it's going to do. All right. I think these hinges are strong. I think they are. It's just, yeah. Have you seen it? No. This time without the oops. Yes, yes. Okay. Hybrid tech is enabled. Leg extension, landing leg test. Here we go. SAS, RCS on. What the hell? What the hell just happened there? That was pretty funny. They didn't undock. It did look like Jason 3 though. Kind of had the right idea. But those things aren't, they're still not locking into position like I want them. I got to go back in here and I got to make sure that we, see? Enable? Yeah, see? We don't have enable same vessel collision there. We missed a couple. Yeah, see? No enable there. Okay, what about you guys? Yeah, that's all good. That's all fine and dandy. That's all right. That's all right. That's okay. I'm going to add a separate action group to AG0, and AG0 is going to be engage lock, so I can spam it if we need to. Okay. So about the NBA Finals, we sit on. Yeah, Jim. I'm happy the Celtics are in it, but I'm not gonna be a fair weather basketball fan. I'm not really that big of a fan, dude. To be honest, basketball's cool. I don't hate it. I'm just, yeah, I don't follow it as much as football or baseball or hockey. So, I mean, I'm happy the C's are in, but yeah, I'm not gonna make as big of a deal out of it as I usually do, like with other sporting teams. Does that make sense? Are you spamming lock in the Cal? No, it was a one-time thing for now, Rocket Guy. No, not spammed. If I can see, the hybrid tech is working, dude, but if I can get the hinges to lock because of the extending new struts, right? If I can get them to lock into position, they'll work exactly like the locking collet, and then an auto strut will keep us in position. Thing is, I need to dampen out the motion of those things going down, and that's what the struts are for. You can spam it in the cal, sure. All right, ready? Wrong cal controller. Yeah, Alleviate. Everybody's telling me it's good, but I haven't seen it yet, and some people haven't seen it yet either, so I don't really want to talk about it. Yeah, if you just... I'm not saying because you spoiled anything, just... Yeah. If you want to talk about it, what I need you to tell me is that if it is it good or is it not good? Everyone's saying it's good. Everyone's saying it's amazing, which makes me happy. Because, man, it would have sucked if that Top Gun remake sucked. But I don't really want to talk about it much, guys. That is not an opportunity to weigh in. Please, 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 please. The undocking isn't working. Hinge is never locked into position. Yeah, the hinge is never locked in. The lower hinges never, yeah, no, they never did what they were supposed to. Everything else worked really, really well, actually. Yeah, everything else seemed to work okay. It's just these guys. They don't want to lock in. Maybe if we disengage the motor. Yeah, let's disengage the motor. Let's see what happens. Just out of curiosity. I really don't understand why they can't change that. I feel like that isn't realistic, and you have to wait for dead-on balls accurate alignment to lock it out. Dead-on balls accurate? Yeah, I know what you mean. There's other ways. I could put a docking port, Condor style, down there, and the docking port will hold it in position, and then we can lock it out. That'll work. We could even make a collet if we really wanted to. I'm not sure how the collet's going to work, but we could do it. I was trying to... The whole idea behind this rocket guy is trying to miniaturize the robotics. Make really, really small, really, really strong robotics. That was the whole point. That's why I wanted to explore this idea. All right, ready? Let's enable. We are going to die. Sad face. It pushed inwards.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Interesting. We are going to die. Sad face. Alright, that one, it did not like that. So, let's go back over here. Does that mean it's not coming on then? Tilt the piston ever so slightly outwards. No. SpaceX has actually a little flicker that moves the landing leg out. I'm going to use the motorized hinge to assist in that. Hi, 1 cheeseburger, please. No, you can't have cheeseburgers here. Okay. We do engineering here, sir. We do engineering here, sir. Is there same vessel collision on the rocket body? No. No, there is not. We shouldn't have to do that. Sir, this is a VAB, not a Wendy's. Okay, ready? AG1, everything is in position. And that's the leg. Okay, I need to see where those things are holding at. Are they binding up? Come on. Okay, our hydraulics are binding just a little bit, so pin that. I ran out of gas! I'm like, yeah, I got this under control. Oh, nope, we're out of fuel. Oh man, it's 4:30 already. All right, I know what I need to do. I know what I need to do. So let's just make sure. Sorry. We're out of gas. We're out of gas. All right. I know what we got to do. Let's plus in another point, like right here. That's like 2 seconds in, or no, maybe 1 second. 1 second will be fine. And set that value to 90, and then straighten it out. Copy that. Go down to the other hinge. Put that there like that. Move that up into position, and then the landing leg extension controller. We're going to need to put that right there. Plus in a point here at 1 second, and then set that value to 0. We'll delay the extension first, and then we'll rely on the undocking. We'll rely on the undocking to get that to work correctly. And if we have to, we could bake in the animation for these. We could power that hinge to an extent to get it to move. But I think the undocking should be enough to force it outwards. But I did notice that our hydraulic extension wasn't exact. It wasn't exact. So what I'm going to do with these hinges right here, I'm going to set this to -27 now. I'm going to set it to -27 on both of these. And then I'm going to set my maximum extension here to -27. Because I think that's where the hydraulics were binding. So let's save. Let's try this one more time, and then I'm going to go on break. I promised Brimo that I'd make her lunch. That's important. But don't worry, guys. We're going to go on break. We're going to do a little bit of space news and talk about a couple things with Starship here and there. And then guess what? I don't really feel like playing shooters anymore. We're playing more Kerbal after Space News. So we're going to keep working on this. Lunch at 4:30, but it's 4:30. Lunch at 4:30. Oh, okay. Brimo wants me to cook her a meal. So I will do that. Because apparently people have problems eating lunch at 4:30 for some reason. Okay. All right, let's try this. Ready? So. No, you can't eat lunch at 4:30. What's wrong with you? All right, ready? And. Yo! Come on. Come on! Come on, lock into place! I'm running out of fuel! No, it's at 20! No, it's at 25! Damn it! You really suck! This is bullcrap! The target angle is 26? I didn't see it, man. Damn it. I didn't see it. All right, Alex, we're going to do this differently. Here's what we're going to do this time. Ready? Something that should have been done a long time ago. Let's just do this. Dude, we almost have this dialed in. I could smooth out the animation curves and we could get it. I'm telling you, if we can get that bottom servo to lock, this is it. This hinge will work. Because with this hinge, I can fold it back up. We could just close up the hydraulics and the thing, whoop, it'll go right back into position. Whoop, 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 whoop. Don't worry, you didn't broadcast it live to the internet. Yeah. Hit it, Chief, then you can go and be a chef. Alright. Hit one. And then... Yes. All right. I just wanted to make that adjustment there. And... What are you at? It's at 25.8 now. Oh! Oh, ba. Hiki-biki-bee! 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 Yeah! Slowly, gently, Chewy. Huh? Aww. But. I didn't get the. I didn't get the locked auto struts down, but we got it right. But now I'm annoyed. Oh my god. Oh, that hurt. Okay, that hurt a little bit, but yeah, I'm still okay. You go to 2.5 now. And no more questions. Wait. Eh? E. Dude, where's my legs? So, I know what I didn't do. I didn't set that to root. That's got to go to root part. Or else that's not going to work. Come on, what are you, an old lady? Come on. Yeah, Canadian, yeah. Yeah, you get it. Come on. Yiggity! Yeah. Yiggity! That's our testing song, music, sound. I didn't smooth it out. The smoothing that animation out really fixed it. So we got to go back in here. And set it to spline. Spline. Spinala. Spline. Master plan. Alright. Just tap the S curve icon in the cow menus. No! 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 Ew. We need, gosh darn put. Nice mustache. Thank you. Thank you. I grew up myself. It'll dip down if you set it to an S curve like that. I don't want to do that. I adjusted the IK handles individually. I think that's an IK handle. Could be. Might not be. Could be. Mamma mia. Making Starship and Kerbal? Starship? No, not really. Yee, ma! Give me. Drop the link of the sound? Sure. One more test and then I'm going to take a break. Mamma mia. Why are you this way? We could... Mamma mia. It's because of the mustache. So I guess we'll set this to heaviest, and that should do it. Heaviest seemed to have worked. Seems to be working well. Mario leaves our plane of reality, caught in 4K, gone orbital. Remember how I was talking about if I was gonna make like clickbaity, non-clickbaity YouTube stuff the other day? I would have that. Falcon 9 goes max Q, gone orbital. True story. Because that would be really, really funny actually. Game over. Game over. Falcon 9. Rips atmosphere apart. Game over. Lands. Mission completes in water. Yeah, I'd do that. Have you seen this? What is this? I don't know what this is. Oh, yeah, I've seen this. This is cool. Alright. One, lockout. And... Did any of these work right? Did that one work right? Nope. Atlas 5 goes 5. Gone orbital. Exactly. The FAA hates... Yeah, exactly. We should do that. We should do that. Why did that mess up? What did I just change? I didn't change anything. I just moved the action groups around. Yeah, Alex, I don't want this curve dipping down like that. That would be bad. They would reverse extend at the beginning. They would actually pull inwards and then go out. We don't want to do that. Did you hear about peas? No, but I like peas. I'm going to set that one a little bit different. Yeah, that's right, the auto strut. I forgot about the auto wash. Yeah, the auto wash. Yeah, it shouldn't change that though, Jack, which is very strange. How about we put like stuff like the FAA doesn't hate him? I'm telling you, clickbait YouTube videos that actually tell you what's going on, gold mine. I'm doing it. We're gonna do that. Give peas a chance. A wise man once said, "Give peas a chance." Yes, yeah, that was yeah. Peas, not peace. He's talking about food, obviously. Hi. These things need to move out first. Does ordering Domino's count as making dinner? Update on tomorrow's Boca closure. The status changed it to having been scheduled and that the beach will be closed. Expect cryo on S24 now that it's repaired. Yippers. Okay. We just got to give them some time to back out, and then enabling it should be good. It's just the undocking force from those docking ports. They don't push it out enough. The real Falcon 9 has that problem. Believe it or not, there's a little flick. There's a little pneumatic rod that flicks out and pushes the legs outwards to help them overcome that kinematic. Hey Shirley, how are you? There's a little flicking piece right here, that a little rod that like moves outward like that. Like, think if you put like an air brake right there, it flicks outward and it pushes the legs out. All right. Same vessel collision. And why? All right. Okay. Smoothing out the animations on the lower parts didn't seem to work entirely how I wanted it to. Let's set that to 0.5. Have that start there, and then set that one to 0.5, and then go from there. All right, last test, and then I'm going to eat lunch. I'll take a break, not leaving. I don't know, Kuro. I don't know what you're interested in. I can't read your mind.
Dinner will be ready in about 5 minutes.
Did you make the hot dogs too?
I did the freezer ones. The little.
Oh,
yeah.
You're awesome. Did I ever tell you that I love you?
I love you too.
Holy crap. That's money. I was going to cook for you, but you cook for... Oh, man. I'm going to make you a 3-course meal tomorrow. Dude, we have like little mini hot dogs that are like wrapped in bread. They're little mini hot dogs. Oh, God, I love that woman. She's freaking awesome. She made me little mini hot dogs, man. She made me little mini hot dogs. And I do know what a JPEG is. Damn it. Yeah. Like a little that with some rice, dude. That's dinner. Oh my God, I love her so much. Jesus Christ. It's kind of gross. Yeah, Farm. Yeah, dude, it's freaking sick. All right. And you know what? You know what's even more sick? This is going to work. Ready? Boom. One of them worked. The rest didn't. Ah! Now, all right, here's the kicker. Is this locked? It's not locked. All right, ready? All right, turn the engines on. Now we need this thing to tip to the left. Ready? Task failed successfully, baby. No, one of them worked. One of them worked just fine. That tells me that there's something weird with the CAL controller, because one of them did exactly what I wanted it to. And, yeah, that was the one that I have action grouped. There's just a couple of weird things with how all the hinges work together, there that we could fix, but that's working. The Super Cop story was working. Wait, Primo said 5 minutes, didn't she? She said 5 minutes? She said 5 minutes, right? Are you sure about that 5 minutes? Are you sure about that 5 minutes? Now, I noticed something. The lower hinges, it was negative 19 that time. So let me adjust some things here. Oh, I can smell the little mini hot dogs. I can smell them. All right, anyway. Let's go here like this. And then set the lower one. Set the lower value to minus 19. Minus tech tips. All right, 19. That's where it wanted to lock out. Okay. Now, I'm going to need a little bit more fuel this time around, okay? I'm going to have a little bit of Iggy Biggy Bees. A little bit of Eee! 60 seconds until pit stop. You have about a minute left. Bruh. Give me the life race. Don't count down. Don't count down. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. If the test goes before the countdown timer goes, we win. We win. We win. And you failed. Time's up. Just kidding, they need a couple more next. Ha 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 ha! Screw you, chat! Overruled. Objection, hearsay. Don't poop in people's beds. I forgot to hit same vessel collision. Nice chase speed.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dude, this can work. We just gotta dial it. And if we dial it in and it works, oh man, is that gonna be sick. Can we have space news at the dinner table? No! We gotta sit down as a family. No news at the dinner table. Put down your damn phone! I don't have my phone. You do, Alex. Yeah, I don't have my phone out right now. You do. This is your fault. You know what? This rocket deserves to blow up, I've decided. Yeah. How's that feel? Doesn't feel good, does it? You did this to yourself. Congratulations. You just played yourself. Would something like this work? It could. But deploying them sideways like that, flanking, is going to make your rocket spin. Your rocket's going to end up like a figure skater. It's going to spin around when you go to deploy those things. Hey, Valerio. What are you doing aside from exploding? I'm trying to make landing legs. I'm trying to make landing legs that don't suck. 15 seconds. All right. Well, we don't have enough time. I just gotta get the landing legs to separate a little bit cleaner. But other than that, guys, that thing is holding pretty dang well. All right, so we'll work on that a little bit more after Space News. I'm gonna put on a demo video for you guys now. While I'm eating, Brimo made hot dogs, and we'll be back momentarily. Let me find a good video for you. Do you have a JPEG of them? No, PNGs. What year is it? I'm trying to find some good stuff here, some good videos. Need space links? No, not yet. Not yet. You know what? I know what we need. Let's put on Ascent.
Hi.